to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome to Quambee Reserve, Eastland match of the round 13 of season 2026, and it is North Ringwood taking on Mitchum, first versus third in Division 1. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Josh Ward, Brett Davidson, and right out of the gates, Neil Winterton, the senior coach of the Mitchum Football Club. Winno, great to have you on board pregame. Thank you for your time, and first of all, big congratulations to you. 200 games as senior coach last week, a fantastic achievement out at Mitchum. It's a very, very long time, and obviously a lot of success in that period, and you still got more to give with the side playing some really good football at the moment.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, I certainly didn't think when I walked through the doors at Mitchum that I'd still be here 200 games later. Yeah, I've obviously been really lucky to have some really talented players, and that's led to some success. And yeah, they haven't. I just don't think Macca wants to go through the process of getting a new coach, so it just makes it easy to reappoint me every year, which I've been happy with.
Before we get into the side and everything going on at the moment, talk about Mitchum Footy Club just in general, and obviously to stay there, you know, it's got to work both ways. The club's got to be happy with you, which they have been, but for yourself, you've got to be happy to continue to go on every year because it's a big commitment. What is it about Mitchum that you've enjoyed that keeps you coming back every year?
I just think it's just run so well. Like from the top down, I mentioned Macca earlier. Like he's just got so much support behind him as well. You know, you only have to go to one of our after-match functions to see how well run the club is. A lot of support, and it's just a great place to be. Like footy can sometimes sort of drag on through those winter months, and obviously last year when we didn't have a hell of a lot of success, it can be a place that you don't want to go to, but that's never been the case in my time at Mitchum. It's just a great place to be with some really great people, and it makes it easy to turn up every week.
Absolutely. The side coming into this game, obviously a big upset last week against Norwood, but still in a really good spot. The top five on their day, everyone seems to be able to beat one another, and it's a very even top five in this division. How have you seen it coming back into it this season after a year in Premier?
Yeah, mate, you nailed it there. Like I've been asked a few times, like who do I think that the team is to beat, and I honestly don't know. Like you can mount a case for anyone in the top five to be the premiership favourite. So yeah, and I mean, and even last week, we played Norwood, and full credit to them, that they were great. They were hard at the contest, really desperate, and fully deserved the win. So it's one of those competitions where that if you don't turn up, that you come out with a loss. So yeah. Look, we've been, you take out last week, we'd been happy with where we sat. We've sort of had a lot of movement most weeks with guys in and out of the team, which I understand most teams do that. So that sort of made it a little bit difficult to get some continuity. But look, are we third or fourth?
Yeah, third.
Third. So yeah, I mean, ideally you want to finish in that top three to give yourself that double chance. So that's certainly what we're still aiming for. Yeah.
Neil, one of the players who has been performing consistently, Hudson Goulding, who's put together a really great season. How's he come along so far? Because he's only played the 20-25 senior games so far across the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, we introduced Hutto last year, and it was sort of a baptism of fire playing Premier Division midfield against ex-AFL and VFL players and stuff like that. But it was awesome for him because he learned a lot, and he went away and had a massive pre-season, got himself super fit, and I think he's 19 or 20 or whatever he is, but you wouldn't know that the way he plays. He's so strong around the contest, and his ability to exit a stoppage, he's got that really quick sort of 4 or 5 step burst that the really good midfielders have. And yeah, he's had a fantastic season. And yeah, he's only going to get better the longer he plays.
And some of the other younger players who did play a bit of senior footy last year as well at the Premier Division level, guys like Lachlan Curtis, Hamish Gill, Max Donner, who obviously come to the club last season. How much have they benefited from that experience at the top flight, and how much have they taken those learnings into this season so far? Yeah,
I think that was the one positive. Obviously, we didn't perform the way we would have liked last year in Premier Division, but that was the one positive that we did take from last season, just those learnings and the level we needed to get to. And those guys you mentioned there, like Maxie's obviously at VFL level with Box Hill. He's unfortunately had a bit of an injury-interrupted season so far. But those 3 guys and some others as well, just I think they looked at it and went, okay, this is the level we need to get to. What do we need to do to get to that level as soon as we possibly can? And they put in really big pre-seasons, and they're reaping the benefits for that.
from my point of view, congratulations on the 200. I think I might have been sacked 5 times in my first 200 games. So I was lucky I got a few more on towards the end. But fantastic performance.
No, thanks. Yep.
And you talk about, it's interesting, isn't it? You talk about Goulding. He reminds me a little bit of what you were like when you played footy. I mean, that's a sort of player where strength through the hips, strength through the legs, his ability to, as you say, he's exiting through the front of the contest is really good for a kid of his age, because it takes a long time to learn that skill.
It does, yeah. And that's what the best midfielders do. They exit through the front of the stoppage instead of going out the back or feeding out the back, which there's times you need to do that, obviously, but the most damaging ones do exit through the front of the stoppage. And Hutto, I think the best thing about Hutto is he's just so thirsty to get better. Like, he's always out on the track before training and, you know, having little chats and, what can I do better here and do that. And, you know, he just wants to get better, which is great. You know, he does the right things. He's drinking protein shakes after games and icing down instead of having VBs that some of the other boys like to do. But yeah, no, he went through the I think he was with the Rangers. Yeah.
Yep.
So he's been through that system, and you can see the difference in a guy that has gone through that system, because he understands what it takes to get better.
And I suppose the other thing that helps is that at times during the year he gets exposure with players that have gone to the next level.
Yep.
And that just, he can see then, well, what is it that I need to do to become, what are we talking about, a Will Keller, a Jack Baldwin, a Rod Arley. How do I get to become those players?
Absolutely.
And Olden, all these sorts of blokes. And that's... It's something you don't see a lot of in football, but when you get those kids that have just got that real hunger, you just want to really work with them all the time, don't you?
As you know, as a coach, you love those guys. The guys that actually get to training with a purpose. Some guys get to training and they go because they have to tick that box, because that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to train Tuesday, Thursdays. But guys like Hutto that see training as an opportunity to get better, they're the guys you love investing time into because they're going to get the best out of themselves.
So again, as a coach, because it's something I didn't have to deal with it a lot because I was finished a few years ago now, but these players that come from top levels come back and then they drop out the day before, or they drop out. How do you cope with it mentally when you've got your own plan in place of what you want? Because we all do it. We sit there and go, this is what I see. This is what I see in the opposition. This is what I think may occur. It may all go out the window. Doesn't really matter, but you've got to have it in your head. How do you cope with the late changes and all that within your coaching?
Yeah, it is tough. I mean, I guess that's just a byproduct of having guys on VFL lists. You'd rather have it than not have it. But, it was hard. Like, selection on Thursday night, we obviously picked Jack and Will without knowing what the scenario was. Sometimes, like, I think I found out about 9:30 that night, and you obviously can't wait around to do that, so you select them, and then you've got to have contingency plans in place for if they aren't selected. But it makes life really hard, and, you've got to move 4 or 5 magnets around because these two aren't playing. All of a sudden, Mason Porter was going to be starting in the midfield. Now he's gone down back, and, you're making 3 or 4 changes, and it's a little bit unsettling, but that's just, as I said, that's just a byproduct of having guys on the VFL list that are talented players that really help your team when they're playing, and you just sort of understand that there's going to be times when you don't have them, and then times when, I think there was one game we didn't have Rod Arley. It was actually when we played Montrose. That's right, when we saw you guys last time. Rod was the emergency for Collingwood, so he didn't even play a game that week, which is obviously frustrating for him and us as well, because we would have preferred to have him. But that's just the VFL system.
And I suppose then the second byproduct of that is it's the teaching of the other players as well. Like, you got to get it through your head, and and you have contingency plans. And then it's the rest of the group that have got to be, I suppose, trained and get used to this experience. And I suppose in some ways it makes them stronger because they don't become predictable and they don't become this, I'm pocketed here. They've got to learn there's a bit of versatility in the way I might have to play.
Absolutely, they've got to be flexible. Yeah, as I said, Mace thought on Thursday night he was starting midfield. Now he's down back. So, I spoke to him. He's fine. Like, most of them, they're all really good at understanding that things do change on the run. And it makes it easy too when these guys like Jack's a Mitchum Jr., Will's dad used to play at the club. Like, these guys have really bought into our system as well, so they're not sort of blow-ins that just sort of rock up on a Saturday and don't really care about the place. Like, these guys really do care about the place, and when we've got them, that they buy right in and they play their best footy.
And then my last one is about your coaching and opposition. Like, both sides, I think, are probably the two best sides in the competition. Even though the top 5, anyone can beat anyone, I think consistently, even though Park Orchards have had a pretty strong year and they've had 3 losses by under 10 points. So they've played incredibly well. You look at the side that North Ringwood put on the park, a bit like yourselves. You look at yourselves and you go, well, we've got 6 of our best 15 out.
Yep.
They've got 7 of their best 15 out.
Yep.
How do you match up that then in your thinking about what you want to do to beat them? Is it because you're not going to have a Beg that you're going to have to work out what you're going to do in the ruck with him? You're not going to have a Livingston down the forward line that you've got to work against. You're not got a Loco in the back half that you've got to work a different structure up with your forward line. How do you work around that? Tell us a little bit about your thinking as a coach.
To be honest, it makes it hard with no Beg. Like, we haven't seen what that looks like. They played a young kid for the Rangers last week in the ruck who they don't have this week, so it's a little bit of guesswork. Like, we obviously looked at some vision of last week and how they went about their centre square stuff and stuff like that. But, Beg is arguably the most influential player in the competition, the way he plays. So it's certainly a big change for them. And obviously Livingston's their leading goal kicker as well, so they're going to have to find other avenues to goal, but sometimes that can make them more dangerous. They're not Livingston centric. They've obviously got some guys down there that can hit the scoreboard. Patterson can go forward as well if need be, so they've got a lot of options, and they haven't, you're not sitting on top of the ladder just purely because they've got Beg and Livingston in their team. They're an incredibly hard team to play against. The way they play, they move the ball really quickly. They forward handball a lot, which you need to be switched on and try and combat the best you can, because if you don't, they'll put a score on you pretty quickly.
Just touching on your forward line, obviously no Cam Olden, Johnson's been out for a little while. Who steps up in that particular area? Because there is certainly players who can impact the scoreboard from both midfield and the forward line as well.
It is hard when you're missing a couple of your key forwards. We're hoping that Tommy Lovell's more than capable of obviously taking the mark and hitting the scoreboard. Guy Lachlan is another one who can kick goals from anywhere. So we're hoping that he can hit the scoreboard, and we're going to rely on our mids hitting the scoreboard as well. I'd be honest with Jesse Aran and Jess Cherry can certainly hit the scoreboard. So you mentioned Lockie Curtis earlier. He's had games where he's hit 2 or 3. Nat Barnes out on the wing kicked 4 for us last week, and I think he's averaging over a goal a game. So we've got a good spread. You'd obviously prefer a Cam Olden or a Mitch Johnson to be down there, but when you don't have those guys, you just need to be a little bit more flexible going forward.
Absolutely. We know a big game here today at Quambee Reserve, 1v3. Thank you for your time today. All the best, and hopefully for your sake, another win, and you stay in the top 3 for another week.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Neil Whitson, the senior coach of the Mitchum Football Club, always generous with his time. Great to hear his insight on the club at the moment, going along very, very nicely, and it should be a really, really good test for them coming up against North Ringwood, who have just been able to find ways to win in recent weeks.
They've done well to be 11-1 in what is a very even division, and their one loss coming against Mitchum earlier in the year out of Walker Park, when the Tigers had one of their strongest lineups on the park, and North Ringwood had close to their strongest lineup, but were, I think, missing a couple of players that day as well. This is a gilt-edged opportunity for them to knock off Mitchum for the first time in a very long time, Davo.
Yeah, it is, and I think it's going to be fascinating because of the fact that, as we're just talking about, when you have those players out, when I looked at the sides that I got last night, when I looked at the list that you sent me, I looked at it and I immediately went, Baldwin and Keller, they really helped, because the last time we saw them, Baldwin and Keller played, but Ali, Lachlan and Lovell were all out. And I think Cherry might have been out as well. Uren was out. So I thought, this really lifts them up in my estimation. Then they're out, and it's nothing against Stingle or Little, But we're talking about two VFL players that have been able to prove in this system that they can play.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it seems to be every time we go to match of the rounds,
I was going to say.
there's late changes, there's a lot of key players out, and in saying that, when you listed some of those North Ringwood players out of the side too, they're some big outs, and I guess they haven't had a Mackenzie since about round 7 or 8. Yeah. Big, obviously, we've known about now going to Tassie that we're not going to see him very often. But they are massive players that we saw here at Quambee Reserve for the match of the round where they won him the game, both Beg and Mackenzie. Yeah. And I think Livingston kicked maybe 3 or 4 and helped him get across the line too. So there's so many factors in that play a part. And Mitchum, I feel like they're a pretty good side where even with some key players out, they are a good system-based team and they are well coached, and they do seem to. We go back to that game a couple of years ago where we were against Montrose, and they had, I think, maybe 13 of their best 22 out, and they found a way to win. And it was such a well-coached game, which is why I guess another reason why Winno's been able to last so long at the club, because he is such a great coach and he is able to utilise different players at different times.
I remember that day. I wasn't there, but I just remember it was pelting down with rain that day as well.
I remember watching the vision of it. It was wet and muddy, and it was a great performance. And you're right. I mean, just even talking to him then, I mean, this is the thing that I like about when we talk to the coaches, is we got a bit of an insight on how he thinks match day. Yeah. And you can see, well, this is why this guy has won 4 flags and he's done what he's done, and he's coached 200 games at the one club. He knows his footy. He knows his players. He knows what he needs to get out of them, and his ability to be able to do that on a regular basis over a number of years has been outstanding. So you're right. I look at their side and I go, the stars are not... No, they have got stars. Their A-plus graders are probably not there. They've got quite a few A graders, but they're probably a little bit more, I suppose, balanced than what North Ringwood are at the moment. North Ringwood are missing a lot of one end and the other end, and then the middle. So they're not missing their flankers or wings or these sorts of blokes. Because I looked at it, you take Parsons out of the side as well. You take Cantwell out of the side. You take Loco. You take O'Donnell, Mackenzie, Livingston and Begg.
Those are some big names,
They're big names. And yet their side still looks pretty good.
Yeah. And I mean, and as we said, they've been able to find ways to win without these guys. And we're about to hear from Matt Price as well, who's just about to join us now. Great to be able to speak to yet another fantastic coach in the Eastern Football Netball League. Matt, thanks for joining us. Another big game. And the side in really good form with some key outs. You're still finding ways to win, 11-1, and sitting in a very good position on top of the ladder.
Yeah, look, it's great to be here today. Thanks for coming down to Quambee again. It's always good having you here. We seem to have a few out constantly, but I think that's this division. Like, you got to put your best team out there every week, and I think it's a whole list thing. If you've got a really strong list overall, that sort of keeps you competitive, and that's why, like, Mitchum, Park Orchards and all that, the seniors and the reserves are really strong, so you're able to put a good player in every time, and that's probably been the difference with us this year, is our reserves are more competitive. There's more guys that we can put in and fill roles and come up and play at the level, which we've found ourselves really strong every week, and we're just doing enough at the moment, which is good. Absolutely.
When we were here, as we said, earlier in the year against Park Orchards, and some of those key players in that game, Begg and Mackenzie, Livingston, some of these really key players on that day aren't playing. But and you talk about the depth, obviously the reserves that have another good game at the moment as well, leading Mitchum. Your 19s are in spectacular form. They had a big win today. Has that made things not easier as such, but a bit more of a luxury to know that your players that are coming through and playing in the senior level seem to perform the way you need them to?
Yeah, definitely. And even today, like with our reserves, we spoke really pretty much all week about playing the system and playing the same way the seniors are, and we haven't been doing that a lot in the reserves because we just haven't had the depth and the guys that do the work and train. But today we've probably got 10 guys out there that have played senior footy this year, maybe more, maybe 14. So they've all trained and played the system, and now they're starting to see it in action out there, and it looks like they're getting a pretty good result so far. So the more you can get that into those guys, the more depth you got, and then they can come in and play their role, and you get injuries, and you lose Begg, but you can bring in someone that, they're not going to be as good as Begg, but they can play their role and help the team, and we can cover some gaps where we need.
Matt, great to speak with you once again. Just touching on Begg, which is, and I'm sure you've been asked this question plenty of times since he's obviously departed to Tasmania. Who steps up in that particular ruck area in this second half of the season, with him predominantly playing VFL potentially?
Yeah, so we've got a young tall in Borg who played a bit of footy last year and played earlier in the year this year. But once we figured out that, and he's more of a forward, but once we knew that Begg was leaving and he gave us a week's notice, we put him into the twos for a month to play ruck in the twos to just learn some craft, and he's got better and better and better, and now he's just we've given him a game today to see if he can find that level, and luckily so far we haven't really missed. Not that we haven't missed Begg, but with Rangers having some buys, big Jaden Lawrence, who's ruck at Eastern Rangers, has come in and played last week, and then the week before that we've had, there was another one that came in. So this is sort of the first opportunity where we haven't had Begg and haven't had a good quality ruckman or young kid come in. So it's an opportunity for Borg today, and he's up against it with some good quality rucks out there today. So we'll see how we go.
And some of the younger players as well that have come into the lineup this year. Felix Kilworth, I think, had 20-odd touches last week. Tom Matthews has played a couple of senior games as well. And on top of the youth you introduced to senior footy last year, guys like Will Waller and others as well. How have they developed over the season, over the course of the season?
Yeah, so Felix is a really talented kid. He's probably just a 6'2" runner, uses the ball really well, and he's killing it in the 19s. He played earlier in the year for us, maybe around 5 or 6, and he just had a little niggle, an injury, and he just got put out. And then because we keep winning, he couldn't get back in. And then he got 4 best ons in the 19s. I was like, mate, I've got to play you. So he played last week, come in at 25 and kicked a goal. So really talented kid, plays on a wing. Looking forward to seeing him just develop. And same as young Tommy Matthews. Just a key position player, but he's probably still only 18. He probably plays undersized at the moment, but. So we sort of play him on a smaller opponent, even though he's quite tall. But he's really talented as well, and Will's exceptional.
So we look at the fact that we've got a few players out, and when I say a few players out, I looked at it, and you go Begg, you go Ben Livo, you go McKenzie, you go O'Donnell, you go Loco, Cantwell, and Parsons.
Yeah, no, Parsons isn't with us.
He's not. That's the reason. So that's a few players. Yeah, that's a couple of blokes that you've got
There's
out.
Some good ones there.
They're okay, aren't they? I think you've got to take an enormous amount of credit with the fact that a lot of those players have been missing for a number of weeks, and your ability to get the group to stand up and just, I suppose, eke out wins which were really tough wins in tough situations, which I think you've done incredibly well. That must build enormous strength within the group as far as their belief. Yeah,
well, they have confidence now that the next guy in can do the job, and that's what I said about Begg. Like, no one can replace Begg, but and Ben Livingston's been amazing as well. So, I guess we just want the next guy to come in and play his role, but some guys are irreplaceable, and when you name 9 of them, it makes you walk in and go, they've got 9 genuinely VFL listed guys that aren't playing. How do they do it? I guess it is that belief that if it's just one out, it's okay. So we just break it down into one out at a time, and the next guy plays his role to suit, and they've got confidence that one out doesn't matter, doesn't affect us. So just the next guy can play that role, and they've been able to do it really well. But Mitchum have got a lot out today too, so I'm pretty comfortable where we're at. We were talking about it before with Winnow, and we were saying that the strength of this competition is the top 5. Anyone in the top 5 can beat anyone on their day, and it really comes down to. I don't think they're 8-point games, because I think the top 5 is not quite 100% set, but there's some reasonable guarantees there that you're a chance to play finals. What's the importance of a day like today for you? I think today's. The home ground advantage is a big advantage. When we played Mitchum over there, we really struggled on that ground, and I've played at Mitchum a lot, and I don't really know what it is, but they play their ground really, really well. They hemmed us in, they closed us down, we couldn't move the footy. Like, we had 30 marks for the day. We averaged nearly 100. We just couldn't move the ball. So I want to see us on this ground just to see what it looks like today versus what it could look like in a final on a bigger ground. So I want to see us play a certain way today, and whether we win or we lose, the challenge is there, but I just want to see us play our brand on here and just see what it looks like. And if it's good enough today, we'll win. If it's not good enough, we'll just reassess and let's go forward from there.
And so the strength of what you're finding is that your couple of years at the club now is that you're learning every single week as a coach about the different things that you have to think about every single week instead of, there's no such thing as being comfortable as a coach, is there?
No, definitely not. There's always something that's popping up. There's always problems you've got to deal with, but there's always, we're always in, thinking of positive ways that we can improve. And as we said, the 19s are going really well. The 2s are improving. We're getting good numbers on the track, and now we're just adding layers in. So we speak about today about what we can do differently to Mitchum today, just to try and add some different layers in and not be too predictable. So there's challenges every week, and we're always interested in seeing what Mitchum throw up as well.
Because that's the one thing I have looked at today. I've looked at your reserves. So the last time we were here was round 2, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I looked at your reserves and I went, ooh, gee, I hope they don't get too many injuries, because there wasn't a lot there that I could see.
No, we got beaten pretty heavily.
But I look here today, and as you said, there's a number of players here that you go, you know what? He's next soldier up.
Yeah,
and that's really, and not having to touch the 19s as much as what you may have to at times is really good for the club as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and look, there'd be a handful of 19s that could walk in and play senior footy that are ready to go as well. So yeah, we're in a really good position, a strong position with depth and numbers, and I think I spoke about this round 2 with the 19s nearly getting a second side up. So there's plenty to pick from, and now it's more about, all right, you're good enough, the talent's there, now we've got to build a culture and a standard that we play to and a level that we play to every week, and we've got to adhere to that all the time.
Absolutely. Another big game against another contender. All the best. Thank you again for giving us some time. Always appreciate, and all the best, and hopefully for your sake, another win and make it 12-1.
Yeah, no, thank you. Looking forward to it.
Thanks very much, Matt Price, the senior coach of the North Ringwood Football Club, and they are flying at the moment on top of the ladder with a game and I think a half ahead of second at the moment. Yep. So another win would really, really help in their case going forward. I think we might even go to a break, Lee, if probably a good time to segue, and on the other side of the break we're going to talk about some of the big games in this division as well as the other divisions on a big round 13 of the AFNL.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back to Quambee Reserve. North Ringwood taking on Mitchum 1v3 and a beautiful Saturday afternoon at Quambee. It is round 13 and we're all looking forward to this big Division 1 clash. Two great sides. We spoke to both coaches, Neil Winston and Matt Price, two of the best going around at the moment. And a big game, of course, but it's not the only one in Division 1. There's another big game out at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Sticking with the Division 1 theme here, they take on Wanturna South, who get some good inclusions this week, Josh, including Brooke Caney for the first time in a senior game since the grand final, where he kicked 4 in last year and got him across the line against the Dockers. And I believe there's a late out, Liam Hewitt, potentially a late out for them. Quinn Clark back in the side. Taylor Leggett and Deng Andrew also back in. So some big inclusions to them, as well as Riley Collier-Dawkins and Brendan Gardol for the Ds. So some good names that come back into both lineups.
Some massive names. Montrose do lose Taj Heap, and we did wonder a little bit. About Taj Heap and if he carried an injury in that game last week. But it's certainly some big names coming back into the lineup heading into this weekend for Montrose. But for Wanturna South, I think this is close to full strength for them, Davo.
Yeah, take Hewitt out though. That's a huge out. That's a massive out. I mean, and it's not that. So guys like Clark and that are really good forwards, but they're much better when Hewitt's there.
Yeah.
Because the Hewitt takes the focus, and that allows Clark to pick up whether it could be the second, third, or fourth key defender. And I think that's the turning point for me. I was very close to picking Wanty South, but I'm going to go Montrose. I just think that they're, with Big O, with Collier Dawkins, I know they've got a few out, but I think that's enough to get over the line, because I think they'll be able to score, especially out at Montrose Recreation.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm tipping the Ds as well at home. And I would say it's a must win. I still don't think they're going to fall out of the top 5, but if they do lose, Boronia wins, they just cut the gap back to a game. There is a percentage difference as well. They do play each other in a couple of weeks. So a win today just certainly probably takes that a little bit out of the equation, gets them a bit more comfortable going forward. The double chance might be in trouble now because that loss to Park Orchards probably really hurts them in that front. The Sharks have got a good run home. And then you've got Mitchum and Wanturna South, who are both in the mix with some gettable games on the run home too to finish in the top 3. So that might be a bit too far of a stretch for them, but still very important for the Ds.
Yeah, I think it's a mini banana peel game, but also a must-win contest now after last weekend. They'll want a response after. They were pretty disappointing for the second half in particular, and I expect that. But they're a well-coached side by Brett Johnson, who have come a long way since the start of the season when they started. I think it was 1-3, 1-4, something like that. So
certainly they've certainly made some strides this season in Premier Division. Just the 3 games this week. Probably the big one for me is the East Ringwood Blackburn game out at Moreton Park. We looked at the sides yesterday, and I can't remember who we actually all tipped on that one in the podcast, but
I went Blackburn, and I think everyone else went East Ringwood.
So some key outs of the Roos, Davo. They lose Delaney. They've had a couple of Henry came back out of the side. They're still missing May, a few others that they'd love to get back in pretty soon. So it does really open the opportunity for a Blackburn side who do certainly get on the scoreboard quite a bit when they get going.
And I think that's, for me, that was the big key, was the fact I looked at their back half, and their back half, when they lost their fullback, and then May was able to go back down there and shore it up, then he's out. The strength of Blackburn is the fact that, you've got Wooler, you've got Carmody, you've got Hicks, you've got a number of players who can get on the scoreboard there. So I think that's been the area that I think will hurt East Ringwood. Having said that, it's about getting the ball down to them, and it's going to be a great tussle. And Mac Dorian coming into that Blackburn side helps them in the area. They've still got a couple of mids out. But you've got, when you look at who East Ringwood have with Below, the two brothers, McRae comes back in as a small forward as well, which I think McRae in as a small forward allows Pearson to do a different role. When you look at the goal kicking of Pearson, it's often been in line with McRae kicking 2 or 3.
Yep.
And I think they work really well together. So that'll be. I think it's going to be close. I'm only going for Blackburn, I think, because of their forwards, and I think because it's at Blackburn and they play their ground pretty well.
Yeah, I've backed the Roos in, and I think I mentioned on the podcast, the bottom 6 of both sides, I think East Ringwood have just a little bit more depth and maybe a bit more. No, Blackburn have firepower, but East Ringwood just have just as much firepower inside their forward 50 line.
Yeah, and it's one game that Rover would love to see Blackburn get up in, because just having a look at the run home, you can check that out on efnl.org.au, but my predicted final series on the way things will shape out. But the Roos have got obviously a little bit of a percentage gap ahead of Roval, so even if the Hawks do win that game, they're probably waiting on the Roos to slip up on one other game, which this is a really perfect opportunity for them. I really do think Blackburn are a big chance here. It also relieves a bit of pressure off Blackburn, who have some tough games in the run home, and they're not guaranteed finals from here, so they've got to keep winning. And whether the double chance opens up, I'm not too sure, but it's still a must-win game.
They are undefeated at home as well, and I don't think they've gone up against East Ringwood and Roval at home, so those 2 games will test them towards the end of the season. But it's, again, like Wanturna South against Montrose, this is a gilt-edged opportunity for them.
It is, it certainly is. The other games, I think, in Premier Division probably speak for themselves. You'd expect certainly Doncaster East, even though that was my roughie, Noble Park this weekend. But you'd expect the Lions to be good enough to win, and then you'd also probably expect Berwick to get across the line against South Croydon, with so much to play for Berwick and South Croydon. We talked about. I mean, they are an interesting one, David, because they're probably the only side in this division that have really not. I don't want to say nothing to play for, but they're not in danger of getting relegated where the bottom 2 are. And they're not in finals conversation, which the top 7 are. So it's a weird spot for them when you go into the last 5 rounds of the season.
And you're talking, and that's the key. It's the last 5 rounds. It's not like 3 games to go, and you're a lot of clubs in that situation. They've got a long period of time, so it comes down to what are they trying to do? What are they trying to set up? Are they trying to set up for next year? Are they trying to include some things that are a bit different, or are they saying, well, you know what, are we mathematically out of the combination, the contention? If they are mathematically out, then it would nearly be, well, we've got 5 games, this is our final series. This is our final series.
Yep.
Let's hurt some teams and their chances and maybe play like that. But otherwise, it's really tough. And this is where I do love the amateurs. I love the amateurs system. I love their idea of 2 up, 2 down, because it just about keeps every single game for the entire year in play. There's very few times where you get a situation where in a group of 10 teams with 2 up and 2 down that you don't have anyone that's in play for some reason. And it could be that you need to win. You could be a team that's sitting 2 games clear from relegation, but you still got you've got 5 games left, and there's 2 dropping, not 1. Because if you look at most competitions, in most bottom levels, it's 1 team. 1 team's finished. We look at it, it's probably Bayswater. We look at it, it's probably. I mean, it's different, I suppose, with South Belgrave and Noble. There's a bit there, and in 3rd division there's a few, but Oakley District's in Division 4, for example. So it tends to happen, but if you add the extra team in, it adds a real.
It does.
It's a real dimensional thing, and the other thing is that's interesting with it is, and it does happen. You play a grand final and you lose by a point, you get no reward.
No.
Then the team that goes up has won a game by a point. I know it's great, but in the amateur system, so the way the amateurs look at it is this: if you get into the grand final, what they're doing is rewarding the club. That's a reward for the club because they get to go up. If you win the grand final, that's rewarding the players because they get that opportunity to play in that game and they win a flag. A lot of people say, "Oh, why are you promoting the second side?" Well, that could be the reason. You win by a point, and it could be a kick after the season.
Well, we had a few very close grand finals last year.
Well, we had. I had a look at it. There was a period of time where there were 5. Was it 5 grand finals we had decided by the Senegal?
Yes.
Was that last year or the year before?
Last year. So we had the, I think it was 16 points maybe across
17 points.
17 points. Across and the Division 4 one I think was 8 or 9 points. So take that out.
That was the blowout.
That was the blowout, which is quite remarkable.
And that's what you want. You want that, but it's also the MOs look at the reward for all the work that goes into it, because you don't win a grand final by a point, and the team that's lost has had a poor year. But the reality is they're there for another year.
Well, do they have 2 go down as well?
Yep.
Yep. So the reality is, it keeps on working itself out over time anyway.
It does, and the other thing that's really good is that in most divisions you're playing 4 different teams every year.
Well, I was going to say that I know one particular side in Division 3 that would be looking for that.
Well, it's actually almost... Let's switch to Division 3 because that is a side who is in a really fascinating position. They've got the bye this week in Donvale. And won't be playing at Jubilee Park this year in the grand final. Maybe it's something different for them because it hasn't worked the last 2 years out at Jubilee Park. But they're in a fascinating race, and we opened up the premiership window yesterday in the podcast, and Josh, you were talking about each division, who ranks in the top 4, both attack and defence, and how that fits in. If you're not in that window, it's very hard to win it, and you recognise only 2 sides in recent times that have actually won outside of that. The 3 in that division are very clearly the best 3 sides in Division 3 in the Basin, Donvale and Upper Ferntree Gully.
Yeah, and you notice that as well with Division 2 in Surrey Park and Templestowe. Division 1 even with North Ringwood, Mitchum and Park Orchards, despite how even it is. And then Premier Division with East Ringwood and Morville and Doncaster East. But those 3 sides do really stand out. And I think defensively they've conceded so far 500 points for each side so far across all their games this season. And the next best side is Knox, who's conceded just under 900 points. So they clearly stand out, those 3.
Who I think is just well and truly out of the premiership race. I would put a line through them in winning the flag because they're not going to get the double chance. I know you were very high on Knox at the start of the season. A lot of people were. I have not seen anything from Knox, to be honest, that I feel, yes, they can go and win consecutive finals in a row. Dave, I want to ask about Donvale, though. I know this is a little bit off topic, but they are still going to probably... They might not finish on top, but there's a good chance they finish in the minor premiership again. That'd be the 4th year in a row, I think. They'll go into potentially another grand final this season if everything goes right in the final series. What's the mindset? It's an I think this is a very interesting thing because it's you can't tell me that they're not thinking about this. The fact that they've been there, been the leader going into this position, they're in this spot again. They're going in as probably the favourites. But they're no guarantee. You've still got to perform on grand final day. It has to be something that's... Is it spoken about? Is this a thing that's there but they don't talk about it? What would be their positioning at the moment?
I'm sure I don't know whether the players would talk about it, or they might. It wouldn't be spoken as a big group. I'm sure the coaches would be sitting there and looking at... I mean, unfortunately, it's a division where... You probably know you're going to win some games.
Yeah.
And then you've got some other games that, it's a bit more competitive. So there is that situation about it. But I think you nearly have to try and flip it because one of the hard bits about Donvale is that, and again, I haven't looked at their list today, but they might have 12 players that have played in all those grand finals.
Yep.
So it's not like there's a big turnover of players and then you've got a different mindset. They've all played in those.
Yeah, they have.
So it's about how do you frame up how you go into that final series maybe a little bit differently. I think probably last year is the only year where I think they went in thinking that they just had to walk up and win it.
Yeah.
I think the other ones they probably were, and it's not to disrespect Scoresby, but I think they actually would have thought that because how dominant they had been the previous years, you know, and they look at the situation as to why they lost the year before that.
The Surrey Park one still amazes me. That second quarter, I thought they were going to win by 50 points. They got into a bit of a lead and just couldn't put them away, and it just kept the game alive. Look, I know they don't probably want to think about it too much, but it's a factor. I think it's one of the more fascinating things going into a final series.
It's not a monkey. It's like two full-grown gorillas sitting on their back.
It literally is.
There's no doubt about that, and it will be the one thing I suppose in their advantage is that their coach hasn't been through it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right? Their coach is new, so he was an assistant coach though at the time, so it's not like he hasn't been through it. But as the main man, he needs to come out and maybe attack the finals series a little bit different. I haven't seen this year we haven't done much with them, but haven't seen whether they've had a few injuries, so that's probably been a good thing for them to bring in a few different players. But have they tried different scenario-based things within their game? We're in this situation, we're going to win by 15 goals, but let's do the following, because this is what hurt us last year in the grand final. You know, can we throw in a completely new midfield and get them to try something different, because the midfield we had in the grand final were great, and then suddenly we got overrun in the midfield. You know, little things like that, maybe during games they can trial to give them the confidence that if something goes wrong, they're not going to panic, because truthfully, you watch those grand finals and they panicked.
Yeah.
They panicked.
Oh, you could sense it last year. You'd feel it at quarter time.
Yeah, you could. And you say the monkey, you know, the little man on the shoulder was really like you could walk around that huddle, and that man was talking to all of them. You know, he was having a word in their ears and reminding them about what had happened. So look, it's a fascinating one, because the team I really like is the team that could really hurt them, and that's Upper Gully.
Yeah.
Because they're young.
Yep.
No one's picked them. No one's said Upper Gully's a chance. Everyone's gone Donvale's going to win it. And then Donvale come out at the start of the season and we're 4 games by 150 points. Yeah. And everyone's going, well, there, it's over. And Upper Gully have got this young group of players that play with a freedom that's really nice. And if they happen to make a grand final, you nearly go out and say, boys, this is a free hit.
Yeah.
This is a free hit. No one expects us. Let's go out and play. And that's the sort of mentality that can upend a team like Donvale.
Maybe that was the mentality of Scoresby last year. I'd say Surrey Park, but they had some close duels over the 2024 season as well. But that was probably... maybe they might take inspiration from what Scoresby did last year, Upper Gully, if they did make the grand final, or maybe the Basin even as well.
Yep. I was just going to say on Donvale, I wonder 6 months down the track, if they go through, where do they end up at the end of the year? Well, I should say 12 months down the track. Where do they end up at the end of the year in Div 2?
Well, it's a good question now that Scoresby have gone up and really struggled to... I guess, consolidate their position. It is a bit of a jump, and I mean, there's varying degrees of difficulty when you go up the divisions. I don't know, because it probably depends on their list. They're going to have to pick up players. They've got a lot of older players there that I don't know. Do they hang around? Do they finish up once they get them the premiership? I actually probably worry more Donvale 5-6 years in advance when they don't, because they don't have those players coming through.
Those 12 that, for instance, that you said were there for the finals, Dave-O, they'll have been gone by that stage. Hit football old age at 30.
Yeah, and Ryan's brought up a really good point, and that is, what's the feeling after they win it? It'll be relief. That's the first feeling they'll have, is relief. And then those players who I think a lot of them have hung around this year to win it, the Murphys of this world, they've all hung around this year to win it. Will they then give it away because they've won it? They've been going a while. They're not young.
You'd be if you're the club, you're desperate for them to stay on.
You are, but are they good enough then to take the step up? Because apart from Surrey Park, you look at the teams that are taking the step up, they've struggled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I personally thought the Scoresby actually might play finals, and I was very wrong on that. And so that does show that there is quite a significant jump going into Div 2. And it's a good question. It's a great question.
I think it's really, we are going to be asking that question a lot, because I think the other thing is, and you said about what's coming up behind Donvale, the reason why Surrey Park were always going to be a danger was because everybody knew that what was coming up from Surrey Park was always going to be quality. Their 17s, their 19s, not so much their reserves, but their 17s and 19s, which have fed them for years, are continuing to feed them, and they've got quality in those areas.
And I think what Surrey did well when they went up, they retained most of their premiership list, but they added to it with Premier Division players that were former Surrey Park juniors or have, again, close connections with the club. Scoresby, they lost a couple of players, but a lot of they weren't able to recruit quite as well as Surrey Park were. I think that's
not from those top divisions.
No, and that's what they thought. They thought when they recruited some of the ones they did, they looked at the player. They didn't look. So Bendrips, they thought, well, here's a guy that's going to come in who's been really successful at kicking goals.
Yeah.
And he had been, but he'd been kicking goals in 4th Division.
Yeah.
It's a big jump.
It's a big jump to suddenly go up to 2nd Division against bigger bodies and more experienced bodies, and he hasn't been the answer. And they lost players they couldn't afford to lose. So losing Mason Storr was too big a loss for them, I think.
Yeah, I think we probably undersold how important he was.
Yeah.
He is a very crucial player to that lineup, and I know he hasn't probably played as much this year due to injury, and probably would love to get a string of games together in Div 1, but the signs he's shown there has been pretty impressive. He walks into that lineup.
Yeah, and if you do look at it, then they've got a nice midfield. Their ruck's okay, but they lack another real good defender, and they definitely lack a good foot. And I know Amin's come in. I know he kicks goals, but he needs another good forward to allow him to play as your off forward, because he's in that division. He is not a key forward, because he doesn't play like that. He's a bit of a, he sneaks out the back, or he feeds off well, and he's too big for some of the small defenders, but he's too small for some of the big defenders. So that's just the way. And if they get to start, which I think they will, I've got a funny feeling they will. If they do stay up, they've got a lot of work to do, because I don't think their twos are that strong either.
No, they're not. So that's a challenge for them. Obviously, they've got to survive in the division. They're still 10th on percentage, so some big games coming up from them. Before we go to our last ad break, I want to talk about one more game. We're going to move to Div 4, because it's probably the biggest game in Division 4 this weekend in Chirnside Park versus Bulleen Templestowe. We talked about Chirnside Park yesterday, wearing the NAIDOC jumper. Mitchum will be wearing one as well today. We'll talk about that after the break. But big game for them, a big game for the Bulleens. Bulleens are in a very good position on the ladder. They've beat Kilsyth twice, so they've really started to put their gap in between them and the 5th spot in Kilsyth. They haven't beat Chirnside Park yet, and no one's beaten them at Kimberley Reserve this year. Is there a case to make for the Bulleens today? Because if they do that, you can probably officially lock them in for finals, and also really opens up the double chance for them.
Well, they'd want this scalp, because this is a massive opportunity for them against the Chirnside Park side they haven't defeated yet. They've gone close the last couple of occasions, but they just haven't been able to get over the line. I do wonder how they'll go out, potentially in tough conditions overhead. It might rain a little bit later on as well with their youth and their leg speed. So getting off to a fast start is quite crucial, Davo.
It is, and is there a little bit of a, not quite to the exact standard, but is there a little bit of a Donvale Upper Gully feel with Chirnside Park and Bulleen Temp? Yeah,
they're almost in that boat, because they've, without the grand final, like one grand final, but final losses in the other years where they've come in as favourites.
Yeah.
So I do think they are the equivalent.
Yeah, so there's a feel that I think Chirnside have got a bit of a feel of, we belong there and we should be favourite because of who we are and what we've done. Instead of you're only favourite when you perform weekly and you're able to do what they've done. And they've done that so far. They've been really solid. And I see Bulleen Temp, they've gone from last year to this year. It's been a double jump.
Yep.
We will make finals. Where we finish will be the issue.
Yeah.
So we know that's going to be a real positive. I think, again, it's a bit of a free hit today. No one's beaten Churnside at Kimberley. No one expects us to win. They don't expect us to win. Let's come out there and just do what we do, and we run hard. And at Kimberley, if you run hard and you press and you're able to push wide, you're able to win on that ground. So
Yeah.
I think they're going to be a real danger. I'm still picking Churnside. I think they'll win it, but I wouldn't surprise me if they get up and beat them.
Wonder how much the wind will be a factor, because it is has picked up the breeze on occasion out here, and we know how much of a wind tunnel Quambee Reserve is.
Yeah, it can be, and that can play a factor. I don't know if that sort of favours either side, not really, just who's going to capitalise the most when they have it. And, and if they win this today, Churnside Park, I think you can almost lock them in for a double chance because they've got the easiest run home.
Yep.
I actually, in my run home article, put them first.
I was going to say.
Well, I just think I've got them winning today against Bulleen Templestowe, and then I can't see them losing another game where Warrandyte, Bulleen Temp, and Fair Park have all got tougher games in the run home. And Fair Park, I'm just not convinced about.
Yeah.
Your
not
mate
either.
was not pretty happy with
that.
I'm
not convinced about them either. Again, I have some players out of the lineup at the moment. The Stewarts, Oscar Lunny, and I think there's a couple of others off the top of my head. But they're a much different side compared to the start of the year. I think it's fair enough. You had them third, and I think that's fair enough as well because Warrandyte have been too good. And I have them first because I think they can... They play Bulleen Templestowe next week and they play Fair Park in a couple of weeks' time. I think they should win both of those contests. So they've been performing well enough to just get over the line against both of them.
There's a big game next week out at the Taj, the Bulleens v Warrandyte. So that's potentially one to have a look at.
That'd be a great game to watch because I think you've got two sides that again, if you're going to have a challenger... I shouldn't have taken Fair Park out of my schemes, but I kind of like have. I think Fair Park are they rely too much on their real stars. I mean, is it Schroeder?
Schroeder.
Yeah.
Is he playing at the moment? Is he in the lineup?
I'm not too sure. I don't think he is actually.
Who's the other forward?
Galvin. Searle as well, but not forward. But yes,
he's out of the lineup this weekend. Has been Searle. So I think. I haven't seen his name pop up in the last couple of weeks.
So I think they've got a couple of gaps that you really need in your forwards. When you're playing finals, and this is where you look at Warrandyte, and they've just been really consistent with their list. They're another one who quite excited because I think I look at it, and in all honesty, if I'm looking at next year, I'm saying Bulleen Temp and Warrandyte will do better in the next division than what I think Churnside Park or Fair Park would do.
Well, 100%. Bulleen Templestowe, I feel like have a really good template going because they've got a lot of junior boys lineups in the YJFL. They've got a talented under-19s, which I think is performing well, and some young players in their lineup at the moment, which I think will hold them in good stead for years to come.
They're not quite Surrey Park, but they're a little bit based on that model, and I think that's it's like all clubs. We all look at, well, what model is the model that you should be following? They're a model that I think teams are starting to follow, the Surrey Park model, and I think Bulleen Temper is close to that as anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see how it all progresses. It's a very intriguing top four. It is. And then you've got Kilsyth just staying in the mix in fifth. If they can take a couple of scalps, they're really waiting for a top four side to implode to get a chance. But very exciting conversation there. Big thank you to both you, Davo and Josh, for the pre-game. Some good chats with the two senior coaches of the sides, and a look ahead at round 13 today. We're going to take our last break here, and then we're going to bring in the call team for the big game at Quambee Reserve. Eastland match of the round, North Ringwood taking on Mitchum.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, Tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Quambee Reserve at North Ringwood taking on Mitchum in the Eastland match of the round. It is 1v3 in Division 1 and North Ringwood, a game and a half clear on top of the ladder, looking to increase their lead and really put themselves in the front position for the Minor Premiership at the end of the year. Mitchum just looking to consolidate their spot in the top 3. As we know, the double chance is super important at the end of the season. As the Tigers know very well, they've won 2 premierships from that 3rd position in recent years. I'm Ryan Long, media manager with the EFNL, joined by a full crew here today at Quambee Reserve. I'll start with you, Jared Benley. Great to be sitting alongside you to call all the action today.
Yeah,
it is a very important Division 1 clash.
Great to be here, Ryan. I'm really looking forward to this one. Fascinating, final shaping game here at Quambee Reserve. Brilliant to be back out here as well. We do get treated well. And yeah, very much looking forward to seeing these two teams clash. Mitchum looking for a little bit of redemption from last week. North Ringwood just looking to continue to roll on.
Absolutely. They've just been able to find ways to win. It was great to hear from both coaches, Davo in the pre-game. And just at the moment, the weather just starting to turn on us as well. A bit of rain and the wind is ferocious. So that will be a interesting factor, particularly which side wins the toss.
Yeah, not only that, but it's about the style of play that we're going to get with, we talked to Pricey, and Pricey talked about an expansive style. He talked about trying to make the ground as big as they could and run as hard as they could and use the ball. It becomes a little bit harder when it's a little bit wet, but the one thing about Pricey and what he talked about before was that he's really determined to get this system going, knowing that when they play finals, they're going to play on a big ground and that they need to be able to get the right system. I've tipped them. I think the two players out of Mitchum late, Baldwin and Keller, really hurt them. And even though Borg is an unknown against Bugliver, and as Pricey said, it's a complete unknown. He doesn't know what he's going to be like, but he's having a go with it. he probably in the ruck in these conditions, it's maybe not as crucial a role as what it may have been if conditions were right. So I'm tipping North. I think it's going to be just. I just think that overall they might be a little bit stronger in their bottom six than Mitchum. But it's going to be a great game and really looking forward to it.
Yeah, as you said, there's some key outs on both sides of the paper, so we'll certainly see how that all factors out. Great to have Emily Mackay back in the box again, the former North Ringwood senior assistant coach, so knows the side very well. Emily, great to be back out at Quambee Reserve.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this game. Obviously, quite a top of the table clash, and just as Davo was talking about that Borgie and Baklava ruck competition. I mean, we saw Mitchum before, and it's a very physical ruck contest versus Borgie is really good at leaping and jumping, and he's a great mark. So it's two different styles that are going to be going up in that ruck competition. Borgie is no beg. That's it is what it is. I don't think that's possible. But I'm looking forward to that. I know the rotation's coming in to support Borgie as well, so it'll be hard to adapt to the multiple ruck options that North Ringwood have today. So but it's a pleasure to be here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul Uconi will be in the Stats Centre today. Paul, great to have you on board. Another big game at Quambee Reserve, and we've seen a bit of Division 1 this year, and again, this looks like two of the sides that we think could be in the mix to win the flag.
Yeah, you're certainly right, Ryan. And the second time I think we're here this year, because we're here for the North Ringwood Park Orchards game earlier in the year. But this is going to be a great contest, Two of the top sides in Divi 1, and I think it's going to go down to the wire. It'll be interesting to see who plays to the conditions better, but I think it'll be a close one.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. Of course, we've got our boundary riders, Josh Ward and James Gagnon. Josh, I'll start with you. Conditions, we can hear the wind from here. Talk to us about it at ground level. What is it like out there?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Not the greatest conditions, and perfect to be back on this week. On the boundary, it's just started coming down. Not the heaviest amount of rain, but I think it'll hang around for the majority of the contest. And that breeze, you're right, is really a factor heading towards the hill end out here at Quambee Reserve. Probably about 5 or 6 goals. So whoever wins the toss will no doubt kick towards that end, James.
Absolutely, Ryan. Thanks everyone for having me on. This is lovely. It's not a great day for footy at the moment, but I digress. It'll probably be a bit sloppy to start with, just to everyone to adjust to the conditions. But obviously, two big powerhouses of the Div 1 competition. Let's hope for a good one, lads.
Absolutely. While we've got you at the moment, we will get both of your tips and a margin on this game.
I'll tip North Ringwood. I was tempted to go with Mitchum with Keller and Baldwin back in, but I think their losses are pretty big. They'll lose a bit of run out at their defensive half. I think North Ringwood win 3 or 4 goals the margin, James.
I say similar. I reckon North Ringwood get up by just 8 points. Mitchum, very good side, but with those outs, I reckon that just gives the Saints a slight edge, but you never know.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, boys. We'll get the rest of our tips in a moment as the two sides make their way out onto the field. And Jared, great to have the Tigers today. They're wearing their NAIDOC round jumper, which is great to see.
I did notice that. Wonderful to see clubs getting involved in that cause, in that sort of celebration of the Indigenous contribution to our game. Always good to see the First Nations art be incorporated into the Guernseys of our footy teams. And I'm not sure how many clubs are doing that this year, but we've had quite a few over the past years.
Yeah, there certainly is quite a few that do get involved, and sometimes they wear them at different times of the year as well. Yep. But it is a shame that Jack Baldwin's not out there today with the jumper. Obviously playing VFL today, late call-up, so would have been good to see him out there wearing the jumper. You can actually check that out on their socials, but very exciting. They've got a story on the jumper as well, designed as well by Jarman Impey. So fantastic to see. That looks great out there at ground level. The game itself, David, we talked a lot about the two sides and the changes, and Jared, I'll throw to you first. I mean, even just going back to the last time we saw Mitchum against Montrose, different outs. They were different kind of players. They lost a lot of height that day. Didn't have Lovell, didn't have Rod Ali. Yep. And then they missed a couple of their key movers. Jesse Wren wasn't there. And it just seemed like it just wasn't right for them. This time they lose a couple of other players, and probably Will Keller was one of their best. So constant changes, but they are a side that can sort of manage that.
Yeah, well, I think Neil Winterton has been pretty good at managing the one in, one out sort of mantra. Of course, when you lose such tall targets and such prominent figures, especially in the forward line, especially someone like Cam Alden, Mackay Sanderson as well, not playing today, it's going to be a tricky one for them to manage, but I'm sure, your Lovels and other such players, Townsend, they'll probably be able to provide what Mitchum needs in a pinch if the systems are working right, if everything else going on around them is working up to speed. But it's going to be really interesting to see how this is going to affect a Mitchum side that are still missing. Maguire's a huge out as well. Like he's probably one of their better players. I was really looking forward to seeing him play today, but unfortunate. But hopefully they'll have those sorts of things covered. As I think we've got another throw down to the boundary.
Yeah, the toss has just been done. Jesse Uren has won it, and Mitchum will be kicking with the breeze in the first quarter.
Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. So it'll be interesting to see if the Tigers can get off to a quick start out here at Quambee Reserve. On North Ringwood, flip the coin. We were here earlier this season, and three of their most important players, Begg obviously was dominant. He was best on. Mackenzie moved into the midfield and was key. And I think Livingston hit the scoreboard quite a bit in that day too, if my memory's correct. So those three not here today. It's a much different side as well as Mitchum.
You can say it's a much different side, but I suppose that move with Mackenzie into the middle, that was really prominent. But I haven't seen much of that before. Pricey's not really a coach that will make a move like that, and it'll make such a big difference. As he would have mentioned before in pre-game, he's very systemic. So there's a lot of depth, a lot of players that are able to play the roles that those gaps that those players sort of leave. But I still back the squad, and I back the consistency with them.
Yeah, absolutely. As if you're watching at home on EFNL YouTube, the players from both sides and officials have come together for a minute silence for Nathan Fitzgerald, as I'm sure you would have been aware of, has passed away from the Northern Football Netball League to a tragic incident that occurred in the NFNL Reserves match on the weekend last week. So our thoughts and heartfelt sympathies are with the family and loved ones of the individual involved, as well as the players, coaches, officials, volunteers, spectators, and the wider football community who have been impacted by this devastating event. Of course, Australian rules football is built on community, connection, and the well-being of those who participate. While our league are fierce competitors on the field, we stand together in times of tragedy, and the football community is backing both the Northern Football Netball League and the two clubs involved, as we just have a minute silence. So once again, on behalf of our leagues, clubs, volunteers, players, umpires and administrators, we extend our sincere condolences to everyone affected. We stand together in support of the NFNL and the broader football community during this incredibly difficult time. As well, the sides are wearing the black armbands today for Nathan Fitzgerald. Of course, we get back to this game, and a very important one. We talked about the context of this game coming in. North Ringwood on top of the ladder. A win here would go a long way in their chances of locking up the Minor Premiership at the end of the year. Mitchum are in a real tough fight for that top three with a very even top five. So there's a lot to play for this weekend, Davo.
Yeah, and both the coaches are really clear on the fact that the division itself is really difficult at the moment, and that teams down the bottom can challenge like Norwood did last week. So the ability to have that squad mentality and be able to get through the injuries, and we pointed it out. I was just saying talking to Liv about this. You got Begg, Ben Livo, Mackenzie O'Donnell, Mooney. You've got Hanson, Loco, and Cantwell. There's some big names out of North Ringwood. Now, if you normally said they were all going to be out of one team, you would sit and go, well, that team's got no chance. But you look at the team that they've got on the park, and they've got, look, no one is another Begg, and no one is another Cantwell, and probably no one in there is another Loco. But they've got some real strength through their squad, and as Pricey said, their reserves have improved dramatically as the year's gone on. About 10 or 12 players in their reserves today have played senior footy this year, and so have their 19s are really strong. So a great position to be in, and I think they're a little bit stronger in that area on replacement than what probably Mitchum are.
Absolutely. To the boundary.
Just quickly, one of the boundary umpires mentioned before, the goal umpire at the hill end of the ground. It is his 600th game, Sean Clark.
Yes, that is a great Sean Clark. 600 games as as umpire, as we're ready to go at Quambee Reserve. First bounce, won by North Ringwood, and they'll get the quick clearance inside 50. Bouncing ball was cut off that time by Riley Nicholas. Long kick out of defence on towards the far side. Out here at Quambee Reserve, picked up nicely by Walker. His handball affected. Whelan went backwards as they now move this forward to the Saints. Inside 50 once again. Rice is out the back all by himself. He was able to take the mark in the forward pocket here for the Saints. And an opportunity for the first of the day.
Well, that's certainly one person that you don't allow to get free at any stage.
No, certainly not. Got a lot of space and has been an important part of this North Ringwood side. He continues to put up great numbers this year. Rice for the first of the day. And he's missed. So just a minor score for Kieran Rice. One behind North Ringwood. Mitchum yet to score. Less than a minute into this game.
Quick as a flash and up forward the Saints were. That was a very efficient play. Let's see if they can lock Mitchum down. Rod Ali will be the one to bring the ball back in once he gets his hands on it. Once it gets fished out of the car park. Young lad there.
Of course, the ball up's not in the usual spot out here at Quambee Reserve. Does that happen often ever, Em?
No.
What's happened today?
Good chat.
Good chat. Long kick by Ali. It bounces out of the hands of, that's Lovell there. Mitchum able to get it down the ground. Bouncing ball, but the stopper was there for North Ringwood. It's going to come right back. No mark taken by Kilworth. And now back for Mitchum towards centre half forward. Pack forms. Good fly by Waller. He takes a safe grab.
Wall's a real exciting one to be looking at in the back line. Obviously not on Rangers duties today.
Absolutely. I'm keen to see his game. Sharp, he was the recipient of the switch, tries to go this way and that way. Has to have help over the top. The handball was a little too hot for Walker. Was able to regain it, but was tackled over the boundary line.
And Walks is another young kid as well that's really shown through. Had a lot of senior games last year. Not very often that he's not clean like that, so a bit shocked, but he'll make up for it for the rest of the game.
Back into play. We'll see how that's Law. Goes against Bugliver. Bugliver used his strength against him and sent it inside forward 50 for the Tigers. There's Walker again, there to make amends perhaps, but the tackle was laid by Fenton. And it's going to be holding the ball.
And that's what we were talking about with Bugliver being a very physical ruck, and North Ringwood's rucks won't be that at all. Yeah,
it's going to be an interesting clash to see throughout the day for sure. Law was the option over the top for Fenton, and North Ringwood will go forward.
Or they'll go back, they'll short chip it. Didn't quite hit the target, but still able to control that good leach as he switches it now towards the far side, and they use it through White. White's kick out of defence is a turnover straight down the throat of Donahue. Can send the Tigers back inside 50. They're going with the breeze in this first term if you've just joined us. Trailing by a point as Jesse Wren from outside 50 puts it up towards the top of the square. Numbers everywhere, sport from behind, but mark has been paid. Going the way of the Saints. Tom Lovell just a bit late to the contest on that one, as they're just finding it a little bit difficult, North Ringwood, to work the ball out of their defence so far. It's been able to work its way towards the far side again. Porter got the handball. Going forward this time, Bazaz, who puts it towards pack of players. Great mark there by the Saints.
That's what William Waller does. Good intercept mark. He sees Sharp in the pocket once more. Recipient of the switch, the wingman. Coming down to provide the option. Sends it low to Fenton. He had 2 to compete with in the air. Wasn't able to do so. Comes to Wheel and he was tackled. Was that high? No, he ducked. So the umpire will come in and break this one up.
So North Ringwood are very reticent to kick the ball long out of defence. They want to try and work it out with short kicks and wide.
Yeah, it's interesting. Is it Baglava that's placing himself down the line that's stopping that from happening? We'll have to keep an eye on that. As we'll get a secondary ball up. Baglava is there, gets the tap down, roved well by Cherry, got it onto the boot. Intercept mark taken. This is Liam Walker. And once more, they've got a puzzle ahead of them, the Saints. This is long down the line. Over the top goes Van Unen. I think he's given away the free kick to Baglava. And he's going to look for the handball off. Porter was the option. He's going to send it long inside forward 50. The options were there just through the hands of Lachlan. He was tackled to ground. Still Mitchum have it? No. Walker able to intercept the handball. Oh, brilliant tackle laid on Leach. It was the double tackle by the Tigers, so good frontal pressure in these early stages of the game. Paul Yukoni in the Stat Centre.
The inside 50 so far are 6-2 in favour of Mitchum and intercept marks 4-1 the way of North Ringwood.
Boundary throw in inside 50 here for Mitchum. Lovell with the tap down. All Saints numbers around this contest. Rice, dribbling kick going nowhere. Cherry picked it off, put it towards their forward 50. Picked off again by the Saints. Done with a handball as they look to get out of trouble. Towards us on the broadcast side. Whelan involved once again. Rice, the handball. Just made it to his intended target. They're under a lot of pressure here, North Ringwood. They're able to get it towards a one-on-one contest. That front position is Fenton. He's wrapped up in the tackle. Got his hands off in time. Van Unen got the handball forward and now they're off. Walker involved. Tried to get this one a little bit inbound. Kilworth involved. And Ali wraps up his opposition. We'll get a ball up right in front of us, broadcast side. 6 minutes into this first term.
I think the late in Little has the tagging job on Rice.
We'll keep an eye on that one, Ross. With plenty of the football early is a kick inside 50. Ali was in good position, but coming from the side, that could have been Kilworth, who has been able to pick it off, just getting front position to take the mark.
He's one of the new young kids that are just coming through. It's just, that's the thing that I really like seeing about North Ringwood, is they have so many young kids coming in and getting confidence within the senior system. That's it. That's all I got.
Former Park Orchards under 19.
And he's going to line up from a little bit of an angle from just inside the forward 50 arc here as Kilworth comes in off the right boot towards goal. It's not a bad attempt, but it's to the right. So just a minor score. North Ringwood 2 behind. Mitchum yet to score. We're coming up to the 7th minute mark of this first term.
No stranger to the goals this year, Kilworth. 13 goals in the under 19 so far. Just 2 goals in the seniors at the moment.
Great kick from the little tacker, getting that back just then. Brilliant.
Glad someone saw that. So spearing ball is going to hit up Porter. And Mitchum will work their way out of defence. They've done this well so far. Now through hands, it's Uren. And he hands it to Goulding, keeping it low inside forward 50. Oh, brilliant mark by Waller. Great courage. And the vice-like grip around the ball. He's hurt himself, though. It looks like that's a bit of a hip complaint, perhaps. Hopefully, he'll be all right to stay on as he passed it off into the pocket. And North Ringwood once more have this challenge of working it out of their defence. Mitchum set up really well down the ground. That mark was nearly what they needed from Borg, but came to ground level. Saints were able to take it away anyway. The ball clean bowls Ali. No, not this time. He tapped it to himself. Really well composed, but it's going to come right back through Rice. Centre-half forward kick. It was Braunthal there, couldn't take the mark. And Mitchum will take it away once more. Goulding to Porter, marching through the centre of the ground of the Tigers. Brilliant lead out, and it's Lovell to take the mark and potentially a shot at goal.
Both teams transition the ball in a very similar way with that quick hand pass down the middle. The advantage that Mitchum are having at the moment, they're really owning the contest in the outside, and it's really hard for North to roll that ball back because they've got Ali and Baglava in the same spot. Very hard to get the ball through them.
Tom Lovell, 10 goals for the year. This will be number 11. Former Upper Ferntree Gully man. It's going to be from about 40 out. Sends it on its way. And there's the first of the game for the Tigers. 1 straight 6 to North Ringwood. 2 behinds. We've gone 9 minutes in the first quarter. And the drought has been broken.
Well, it proves that you don't have to kick the ball long with the breeze. So they just got it there and they worked it with a short kick and inside hands, nice little paths, and then they were able to use the breeze at the end. I've been really impressed. I don't know how many minutes we've played already, 10 minutes or something.
Yep.
I've been really impressed with North Ringwood's defence.
Yep.
They're like, it's a very strong breeze, and they've managed to hold up extremely well so far.
They certainly have, while getting a couple of scoring opportunities themselves. It's 1 straight 6 to 2 behinds as Goulding out of the middle. Got this one forward, bounce off the chest of Jesse Uren, and now a chance for the North Ringwood skipper to go inside 50. Ali's in there, but it was a bounce that favoured the Saints. A little smart tap forward, can't quite get ball to boot, could Law. He was in a great position. Ali wanted a free kick, didn't get it as the Tigers clear this one out. A bounce off the chest that time of a teammate in Curtis as the kick inside 50 is cut off, and the Tigers have a sigh of relief as Flynn Rebecca finds Goulding. He's had plenty of the football early for the Tigers. Switches it to the far side. That's a great kick. Josh Duvalin is able to now put them inside 50. Sport from behind doing quite well there was Waller towards the boundary line. And he would be one of those defenders, I'm sure, Davo, you're mentioning.
Oh, he's been excellent. His ability, like even then, just to close down, defend to the boundary was really, really good.
Well, there's a reason why he's playing in the talent system. And him and Riley White and Walks also work really well together as such a young group of defenders.
Certainly. About 55 out from the Mitchum goals. Braunthal, handball across to Rice. He handballs forward, Barton Smith. Happy to see it over the line. We've played almost 11 minutes in this first term. It's 1 straight 6, Mitchum, 2 behinds North Ringwood.
Unfortunate that the scoreboard at Quambee Reserve is not functioning completely properly. It's G Wood 2 to Mitchum 1 straight 6. As Baglava gets the tap, but running through, roving it well and stealing the march was Rice, keeping it low inside forward 50. Great grab taken. The target was Borg, and he's juggled it to ground.
And so Borg is the player that they were talking about being that replacement for Begg, but he's definitely a forward. He's just got great sticky hands and a really good kick, so he should hopefully slot this one.
And so in these sort of conditions where it is difficult to mark, if you can push him forward off Baglava, he becomes really dangerous.
We haven't seen him in the ruck yet, but we'll see how the game goes.
Former East Ringwood under-19 player, kicked 50 goals in a year for the Roos. Doesn't quite strike one home today, not yet. Anyway, Van Unen sees it over. But it's a handy forward stoppage for North Ringwood. We'll see if they can manufacture anything from this situation. Buglevel will go up against Law in the ruck contest. Gets the tap. Van Unen just works his way into some space somehow. Snaps the ball, not quite there. Borg lays the tackle, but Glossop stood up well. Ali now composed in the back line, and it's Nicholas to take it away. Uren takes the grab, and they're off to the races here in Mitchum. It was Gill who's been released and now gets it to Duvalin. Forward they come. Good contest by North Ringwood there as they had numbers at the ball. And now they'll take it away into the centre of the ground. No, coming right back. Lachlan Curtis, high ball up and under, and a great grab taken. That's North Ringwood's defence doing exactly what it needs to, until they turn it over. And the kick's gone by Donahue into the pocket. Free kick paid.
And this may just be a game of capitalising on those turnovers, very similar to the Park Orchards and Montrose game, where it was if skill errors are going to kill you.
It was a 4-on-1, I think.
So for the second goal, Lovell, hit the absolute wrong part of the ball, and the mark's been taken.
I don't think I've ever seen a player so casual.
That was so casual.
And taking a shot for goal then.
So the Saints out of defence. Handball back, and it's cut off now. Lachlan to Barton Smith. So a long way out from home. Puts this one inside 50. Darting kick. Couldn't quite hit the target, but they've got some numbers around. Townsend, again, just playing to the Saints' hands a bit. Lovell's got 3 to beat here. And it's well done by White as he escapes for the Saints. Bouncing in front of Van Unen. Couldn't quite pick it up cleanly. Now got Barnes to compete with. Socket off the ground. Jesse Uren, the skipper, comes in. Picked up now by Van Noonen. Gets a handball off in time. It's Kilworth. They link up again as they go forward towards the boundary line. Not able to keep it in. It's Ali, in fact, who does. Just gets his kick away in time, but it's turned over. The mark is taken here by Chappell. Really just a little bit too far to score, so he finds another target instead in Sharp, who switches this back. And now in big trouble. Fitzpatrick didn't see him coming. Townsend run him down, and they're going to play on immediately. Cherry to Uren. Uren now switches it. The kick had to be good. Just almost got it to Duvalin across on the other side. Tapped across the line, though, by the Saints as we'll go down to the boundary.
Just keeping a close eye on that Kieran Rice-Jack Little matchup. Little's giving a lot of attention to Rice, particularly around the stoppages there, and Uren's getting in on the action alongside Max Donoghue around this ball in.
Oh, they're absolutely going for it at the moment. As someone goes to ground, that might be a free kick. And it's going to be, it's going to be going the way of Mitchum. Jesse Uren will take this one. Great to have him back for Mitchum. Such an important player. Gives the step to Taylor Davidson and sends the Tigers inside forward 50. Where's the target? No, just slips out of the hands of Townsend into the pocket. They're going to have to be composed to North Ringwood, but the handball was a little too hot, and it was just the one behind to Mitchum. 1-1-7 to North Ringwood, 2 behind to Paul Yukoni in the start centre.
The clearances at the moment are 4 apiece.
So the Saints survive at the moment, only conceding the 1 goal. 1-1-7 Mitchum to 2 behind North Ringwood. Kilworth at half back towards us broadcast side. Short chip. Finds his teammate in Patterson. Turned over again almost. They just get away with this. And now they go through Sharp. The handball forward. Chappell involved again. Going forward that time was Whelan. Glossop now for the Tigers. Went to Riley Nicholas. Didn't have a whole lot ahead of him. Looks for Guy Lachlan, who's got 2 Saints to beat. And probably their disposal going forward hasn't been great. A Sharp now for the Saints. Got the handball off in time. A lot of turnovers in this game so far. He's done well as he goes back to Rice. Rice, a long kick forward, got nothing ahead. It was either going to be out of bounds on the full or Riley Nichols was going to pick it off, and he does. As he goes now inbound. The mark was paid originally. It was a drop mark. Umpire said play on eventually. There's now Chappell. Got off to Rice. Just gets past and puts this one inside 50. 2-on-2. There's a free kick here, and it's going the way, I believe, the Saints. And it'll be
There's a
Matt
bit happening here.
Oh, willing contest here.
Well, that's an interesting free kick, that one. I would have played it against him, actually, but he put himself, he was outnumbered, put himself in the right position, and he's won a free kick. So you can just see what both teams are doing in the way, one with the breeze, one into the breeze, and the way they're both playing is it's fascinating to watch.
It is as Shepherd comes in. His kick, not going to make it. It's to the left. It's a minor score. 3 behind North Ringwood, 1-1-7 Mitchum. And we've played 17 minutes in this first quarter. I'd say the biggest thing for Mitchum right now, I don't know, their ball use inside 50. It seems like they're constantly playing in North Ringwood's hands.
Absolutely, I'd agree. Paul Yukoni in the stat centre.
Just speaking about the playing into North Ringwood's hands, North Ringwood have taken 9 intercept marks for the quarter so far.
Well, both teams are transitioning the ball so quickly that they're not able to actually make really good decisions moving forward. They've just got so much momentum, and it's really hard to do a really decent forward 50 entry kick after you've been running the ball so quickly.
Panic football.
Well, Ali's been composed and has made good decisions throughout today. He sends it to the wing. No mark was taken. Scooped up by Lovell. Had help out the back. I think it's Donoghue. He's going to switch the ball up. Rebecca was there. No, it's come to the middle of the ground. Shepherd lays the tackle. It spills out anyway. Now, that's Pratt, who's just going to send it forward. It's a 2-on-1. Once again, not a great decision going forward for Mitchum. 2-on-1 in the favour of North Ringwood, and it's Tom Matthews to take the mark. He's going to send a short one, and over the top comes Gill. Braunthal it was just on his head. Gill gets the handball away. To Lachlan, back to Gill, now to Rebecca. Floating ball inside forward 50 for Mitchum. Their crummers are going to have to be good. It's Townsend, snaps it over. Oh, not quite. Over to Barnes it was, and he was tackled as he kicked it out on the full.
That had to have been touched.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, okay. Oh, no.
No, I mean, the kick before he marked it, yeah.
I see. Yeah, sorry, mate. So, North Ringwood to bring her back in, and it's James Leach to take the mark.
So, deep in their defence at the moment. But they'll be happy they've only conceded the one goal. Defensively been so good in this quarter as they look to get back out of their defensive half of the ground. Fitzpatrick handballed it off, and now they use through the middle. Walker got it off again, just getting through the tackle. Rice involved, who's copping a heavy tag. Ali got a smart little tap there to Goulding, to Cherry. And now inside 50, Duvalin's got a bit of work ahead of himself as the ball crosses the line.
It just looks like Mitchum are really owning that middle part of the ground. North are owning Mitchum's forward 50, so the ball's going in, it's coming back out, but it's not going much further because just the way that both teams are set up, it's just not allowing for clean movement at all, really.
And it's probably a little bit frustrating for Mitchum as they have, as you said, been so good in that area of the ground. Bump there from Barton Smith. Wrapped up in the tackle, getting another ball up.
They've got a +1 defensively as well, so if the ball's going to come out and be kicked out, it's going to be a turnover. So North can only really hand pass out, but they don't have the numbers around.
There's a handball there from Whelan to Fitzpatrick. Back onto that far side. Porter did really well. Shepherd involved again. And a free kick, a high free kick here going the way of the Tigers and Jesse Wren, who was in that loose position, as was mentioned. As Wren inside 50 in the direction of Lovell, was in front position, Sport from behind, doing nicely. Patterson will get yet another boundary throw in.
So then, yeah, what we're seeing there is it's a 3-on-2, so North are always going to be able to spoil that forward 50 entry.
I can't see why. They've got to change the angles they come in on Mitchum at the moment. They've been really predictable on what they're doing.
As we tick into time on here in this Division 1 clash at Quambee Reserve, North Ringwood 3, Mitchum 7. At this point of the game, Davidson tackled out of it. Mitchum get a high ball inside forward 50. Still, North Ringwood have the outnumber. Barnes was upended. Leach battles hard for it at ground level. It's not going anywhere.
So each time they're putting that kick into that area, they're being outnumbered each time, and North Ringwood can defend. They need to change the angle, go across ground a little bit, try and get a short kick in.
Up goes the North Ringwood ruckman, gets the tap. Bustled over the line was Barnes, ball and all.
Well, if we have a look at the way they're set up now in the middle of the ground, I think they've actually got 2 extra outside of the 50, so they've got the space for it. They're just not really capitalising on it. But again, they'll get the rebound. They've just got to move it across into the middle.
Patterson will go up in the ruck contest, this time against Townsend. As they wrestle, Patterson gets the tap, sharked well though by Mitchum. The handball comes away, it's Goulding, high up and under. Oh, just absolutely no one there. Well, running onto it, using his pace well here. Getting tackled to ground by Sharp. He got the handball away to Gill. Great tackle. Brilliant stuff. And the work done there by Riley White speaks for itself, holding the ball. So, which way this time? Down the line. Baglova is there. Gets bumped out of it briefly. No mark taken just yet. Whelan at the full. Gets a handball over the head. It was completely blind and Porter was there. His handball tapped away, intercepted. That was great work by Patrick Dunn.
I don't mind that Baglava-Taylor-Davidson matchup. TD is probably the only one that's going to be able to physically compete with Baglava with the way that Baglava competes in the ruck and whatnot. He's one of the most physical players I've seen in this division.
Yeah, Taylor is a pretty big dude. So, well, Baglava got the tap down this time. Ran flying shot. It's still an outnumber for North Ringwood. White slipped through his hands. He's going to be able to crumb it though. No, not quite. Curtis tried to swing a boot at it. Slipped over, but I think it's because it was a kicking in danger and he tripped over the North Ringwood player.
Of Luke Patterson, who steadies himself before clearing this out of the defensive half. If you've just joined us, Mitchum 1-1-7, North Ringwood 3 behinds, 22, almost 23 minutes gone. Vantage, no, it's going to be a push in favour of the Tigers in Danny Baglava. On the broadcast side of the ground, he sends a long kick, a high kick inside 50 once again. No mark taken by either side. Ball hits the deck. Is this where they can be dangerous? The handball to White, to Rice. Rice out of the back half, finds Fenton doing nicely as he switches it into the corridor, turned over. Porter, the intercept mark for the Tigers. Finds a target to Rebecca. The long sleeves today as he tries a data kick towards the skipper and Uranda was cut off by Braunthau, who's in a bit of trouble, got hands off in time. Whelan goes back. Rice involved again. Out of defence. It's played a lot this game in this part of the ground here is the handball back again from Dunn. Under extreme amount of pressure. Duvalin involved for the Tigers. Picked up by Porter. Loses it. Sharp keeps this alive. Short chip forward. Sport from behind. And that was Stingle coming into the lineup to get that across and right in front of us.
Old man Sharp, he's doing pretty well, isn't he?
He's racking up the disposals.
He's been very good.
I'm surprised he hasn't pulled a hammy yet, so he's getting a lot of the ball.
He's had about 20 handballs.
Don't jinx him, please.
Going to go off after quarter time.
Well, the tap from Mitchum, it went straight to Fenton. He read that supremely. It kicked it over to the wing, and it's picked up by Sin. Has to dodge around his man there, and Donahue gets it off to Walker, just juggles it. No, slipped it at the wrong moment. Uran was able to pounce on that. Got the handball inboard. Cherry now marching through the ground. Kick to the corner of the square. Townsend was leading out, but the kick was a little too cold for him. And there goes the siren to end the quarter. Just the one goal in this first quarter at Quambee Reserve. Mitchum 1-1-7, Ringwood 3 behind. It was Tom Lovell to get that goal. And we will be back right with you on Eastern 98.1 FM, the YouTube and the Facebook streams with the coaches and some thoughts after this break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
North Ringwood taking on Mitchum, and it is 3 behind to North Ringwood. Mitchum 1-1-7 at quarter time. We're going to hear from one of the coaches in a moment, but we'll throw to you, Paul, for some scores.
Yeah, in Premier, Donnie 7-2-44 to Noble Park 1-2-8. Blackburn 2-5-17 to East Ringwood 1-3-9, and Berwick 7-5-47 to South Croydon 1-1-7. In Division 1, Baronia 2-3-15 to Norwood 2 behinds. Wannie South 6-5-41 to Montrose 1-3-9. Muralbark 3-4-22 to Bayswater 1-2-8. And Park Orchards 8-1-49 to Beaconsfield 1-3-9. In Division 2, Mulgrave 5-8-38 to Waverley Blues 2-1-13. Surrey Park 4-4-28 to Ringwood 1-2-8. Heathmont 5-3-33 to Scoresby 3-1-19. And Tempe 2-6-18 to Croydon 1-3-9.
Very interesting stuff around the grounds there. Thank you to Paul Uconi. Is there any more?
In Division... Yep. In Division 3, Coldstream 5-3-33 to Knox 1-5-11. Upper Gully 5-4-34 to Oakley District 2 straight 12. Sylvan 6-2-38 to the Basin 3-2-20. And Ferntree Gully 4 straight 24 to Whitehorse 2-3-15. And in Division 4, Bulleen Templestowe 5-1-31 to Churnside Park 1-6-12. Croydon North Emlock 4-3-27 to Kilsyth 3-4-22. Warrandyte 7-7-49 to Doncaster 1 behind. And Fair Park 10-7-67 to Nunawading 2-1-13.
A couple of interesting scores there. Bulleen Templestowe making a bit of a statement in Division 4. That's a very interesting score. And Kilsyth as well, taking it up to, was it Churnside Fair Park? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
one of the parks.
You can see that there could be quite a few grounds where there's a bit of a have to see the scores at half time, whether the breeze is really influencing some of those scores.
Well,
but they're
something here.
As we'll throw it to one of the coaches, one of our boundary riders with one of the coaches.
Yeah, I've got Matt Price alongside me. Price, you must be very pleased with that first quarter kicking into the breeze against a strong Mitchum side.
Oh yeah, look, tough conditions. We thought we worked it pretty well. We just couldn't hit the scoreboard, like 3 points from good set shots. But yeah, we worked it really well. Contest is good. Their pressure's really good. So they're making us work hard for every possession, and we've worked it up enough. So hopefully this quarter we'll get a bit more advantage with the breeze and we'll get some better looks. But no, the back line held up really strong.
What are some of the keys heading into this quarter with the breeze and heading into the final couple of quarters as well?
Look, I think we're doing a lot right. We just got to clean up some of our inside kicks and then the way we transition it. But we could probably switch a little bit more. They're very well structured behind the footy, so try and spread them a little bit more.
Thanks, Bryce, and good luck for the rest of the game.
Thank you very much, Josh Ward down there. Couldn't for the life of me see who it was with the microphone and who they were going to, but we got there in the end. As it's James Gagnon as well, who was at the Mitchum huddle.
Yeah, just listening to Neil talking to the boys down with Mitchum. They're moving Little into the midfield, trying to clear a bit of Kieran Ross's impact moving into this second quarter. Let's see how that works out for them.
And they're standing right next to each other. Thanks for that, James. Brilliant stuff on the boundary there by James and Josh, as we are just waiting on this second quarter to get underway, and it'll be Ryan Long to take us away.
We're ready to go for this second term. Wasn't ready, but that's all right, as Bag Lover got it down. Cherry, there's a free kick here going the way of the skipper for the Tigers in Jesse Wren. Play on advantage inside 50. They weren't able to find much success up forward last quarter. It's a holding free kick this way going to North Ringwood. Riley White had plenty of the ball in that first term. So did Will Waller. As the Saints look to get something going. Jesse Wren in front position. Couldn't bring down the mark. Gill. He's handball cut off by Van Noonan. And he's this time wrapped up in the tackle and threw it up to himself almost. I think that's what the umpires seen from his position, as the Tigers are rewarded on the far side of the ground. Centre wing as they move it down the line. No mark taken, slipped through the hands of Cherry. Waller was involved once more for the Saints. We'll get a stoppage.
It'll be right there on centre wing. No scores yet in this second quarter. Baglava turned around in that rock contest, but still got the tap. But Sharp was there. High ball towards the North Ringwood's attack, but a great grab coming over the back was Glossop. Sends it wider. Mark taken by Donahue. Playing a bit of checkers here in Mitchum, but Donahue, indecision written across his face, so he's just going to send it down the line and hope the tall timber's there to work this one out. Uren was there, but spoiled it to ground. Sharp scooped it up. Double tackle on Davidson by Uren and Porter.
So it's been a quarter time change as well. Sammy Law out of the ruck and Taylor Davidson being that physical contest against Baglava.
Oh, that's going to be great to see. Baglava still got that spike, though. Sharp was there. First to it, Sherry, trying to juggle it to himself. Can he break to tackle? Just did so. Good tap-in board by Mitchum, but fell for a North Ringwood player, and the tackles were laid. So stoppage inside forward 50 for Mitchum, searching for their second goal. Up we go. The tap goes down, just spilt through a few legs there, and it was White who got the kick. And the mark's been taken by Luke Sin, hemmed into the pocket, looking and looking. Sends it. Oh, Braunthal nearly. Huge fly over the top, but it slipped through his hands, so Gill was able to rove it. Got the handball to Lovell, bouncing ball. Great crumbing by North Ringwood, but it was all under pressure, so we'll have a ball up.
So coming up to the 3rd minute mark of this second term. Not a whole lot of scoring in this one. 3 behind, so 1-1-7. Sure that will start to open up as Rice towards the boundary line had little to compete with.
Lights are on here.
There's the ball moved forward for the Saints in front position. Intercept mark by Riley Nicholas. Been good early for the Tigers. Goes back to Lovell. Such an important player to the structure of this side, and we saw what happened to the Tigers without him in a couple of games this season as they go inbound. Porter going back to Glossop. Former skipper of the side. Sends this one down the line. Picked off by White. Been just about everywhere in this game. So can he get something going here for the Saints? Down the line, Ali jumped and flew for that one. Couldn't bring it down. Gill was at ground level. Got off to Baglava. They use now Porter. They handball again through Uren. Back to Gill. Gill inside 50. It was good transition, and they hit up a target in Guy Lachlan. Is he in range from here? Looks to want to play this on and try and hit up a target. Townsend in the pocket. Great hands. And they moved that exceptionally well.
That was really good.
And that was a testament to their setup before they'd even got that intercept mark. Like, that was really, really well done by Mitchum.
So in the hands of Jai Townsend, familiar goal kicker for the side. They only kicked the 1 goal with the Breeze in the first term, so this would be a handy goal for the Tigers to get their second on the board. As Townsend comes in, not much of an angle to compete with here as he puts it through for the Tigers' second. And they move to 2-1-13. North Ringwood 3 behinds, 4.5 minutes gone second term.
I think Matty Price would be disappointed with the couple of opportunities that North Ringwood have had across half-back. They've just gone with a long kick, and it's just been easy to defend. And that last one, they defended it and they ran the ball out with 4 or 5 handballs, Mitchum, through the middle, which was really interesting, and then the 2 nice kicks down forward. So, at the moment, Mitchum have just on top in the way that they're moving the ball this quarter.
It's a case of them just not working back enough. North Ringwood not working back enough to be able to get into the right spots.
Davidson got the tap. Despite that, Mitchum did get the clearance through Little. There was a free kick, 25-metre penalty against Little, who got clocked after the disposal.
Who did the clocking? Was it Davidson?
Maybe. Could have been Rice, who has not appreciated the attention of Little.
I was going to say, with a name like Davidson, surely not.
Surely.
And guess what? It's Jai Townsend to have a shot at his second goal in a minute. And it'll be his 20th for the season if he slots this one. It's on a tighter angle from the last one, and it's just been sprayed wide and out on the full, the opposite side from whence he kicked it. So North Ringwood to bring this one back in. It's Waller. Kicks it across the goal. White takes the grab and searches for options. Now, this is what North Ringwood has struggled with, and they might struggle again, but it was a push in the back, I think. Are they going to take advantage? Yes. Sharp on the outer side. Gets around Rebecca. Gets it to Fitzpatrick. Bouncing handball out of play. It was all rushed, wasn't it?
Well, they've just got only numbers down the line. They've got no option but to rush it and just try and move the ball as quickly as they can. There's just nothing in the middle for North Ringwood whatsoever. There's nothing except for Mitchum players.
As the rain starts to tumble down, it might make that disposal a lot harder. Baglava was at the front position. I think the ball's going to go back to the boundary umpire to redo that one. Try again, sir. Davidson, I'm really looking forward to seeing what he has to offer in the ruck contest against Big Baglava. Danny got the tap down. Jack Whelan, though, was there. Bouncing ball. It was scooped up by Little. Now to Pratt. Kick over the top. Great grab by Fenton. Withstood the pressure. And could release North Ringwood a little bit. Lines up the kick across the ground. It was a good 45 angle kick and the mark's been taken. Great vision by Aaron Fenton. And this could afford North Ringwood their first goal.
So everyone went down the line and he went across the angle. Great opportunity and a lovely kick after what was a courageous mark as well from the captain.
Patrick Dunn, 5 goals for the year. 10 goals last year. From Aquinas, man. He's going to kick it directly on the arc. It's a high one and it's straight. North Ringwood get there first. Thank you very much, Aaron Fenton, say the North Ringwood faithful, and Patrick Dunn as they move to 1-3-9, Mitchum 2-1-13. We've gone 8 minutes in this second quarter.
So one of the things that I will show my age, I coached his dad when he's in 1996. His dad won the...
I was 2.
His dad was the best and fairest. And was an absolutely super footballer. His old man, super footballer.
Well, he gets the all-important first goal for North Ringwood to bring the margin back to 4 points. 8.5 minutes gone in this second term as that rain starts to pick up a little more. Baglava used his body in the ruck. Barton Smith going nowhere. We'll get another stoppage in the centre square, which is very close to the forward 50 of Mitchum. Davidson, his kick was smothered. Sharp comes in. Handball affected. Barton Smith picked it off to Uren. And they link up again through the handball game. Goulding inside 50. Can they hit up a target? They can. It's Guy Lachlan, who will be in range. Looked like he was thinking about passing it off, but it is a tough kick. And they have been better hitting up targets in this quarter.
Well, they've been rushing it as much this quarter, so it's allowed for those cleaner forward 50 entries.
Absolutely.
Really liking Mitchum's game at the moment.
So Guy Lachlan back in the side this season. Multiple premierships at the club. Looking to put Mitchum's third on the board. Off the right, boot towards goal. It stays left, and it is just a minor score. So 2-2-14, Mitchum, 1-3-9, North Ringwood. 9.5 minutes gone.
That's where it's hard to read. I mean, they've gone across goal with them, and then he's tried to put it in the right area, just gone straight.
That wind is horrible.
Short chip into play, found Braunthal. And Rice was there. Good shepherd by Braunthal to release Rice, who got clocked after disposal, but it was an intercept mark to Lovell anyway. Mitchum.
Those two still going.
Oh, they are. It's on in inside forward 50, but at the ball. Great grappling tackle on Dunn. Mitchum regained the ball, kick it, inside forward 50, and the intercept mark's been taken by Matthews. Sends it wider. Mark taken, Braunthal again. Rain tumbling down. North Ringwood looking to switch it again. And onto the outer side. The unmarked man takes the grab. I think that's Leach. Sends it over the top. Grab taken. Here's Sin. Had to be patient for the option to present itself and was able to do so. Whelan didn't take the mark and was tackled to ground by Porter, holding the ball. Mitchum putting a lot of pressure on this North Ringwood ball movement, even when they are able to find space. Over the top came Cherry to try and grab that. Crumbing it was Little and then Townsend. Through hands it goes for Mitchum. Goulding there, couldn't quite keep it in front of himself. Cherry with composure, but a scrambly kick inside forward 50. It's come back to Goulding. High ball towards the pocket. Charging out is Rice to try and intercept it. Bounces in front of him. Good tap. Scooped up by Donahue. No, he was under pressure. Went to ground, and it's White again. High up and under. I hear a whistle's gone, and White just completely decks his man there. It is. There's a lot of feeling in this contest. Not entirely sure what free kick was picked out. It's going to go to North Ringwood.
It was Rice who ended up getting the free kick. Whelan didn't take the mark, and now he's under pressure. He's coughed it up. Cherry, short kick inside 50. Not sure where he was going. The Saints have got the numbers in the back half. Handball back in towards the corridor. Van Noonan. This is better from the Saints. Cherry involved again. And they're able to turn this over. Gill, as they move this through the handball game once in. Goulding got it off to Duval, and Duval, great kick inside 50, hits up a target. The mark is taken. Cam Pizzazz, who's directly in front, but probably about 40 metres out. And in these conditions, he'll take his absolute best, kicking into the wind. But that breeze is absolutely playing a factor.
Oh, it's also very easy to get North Ringwood offside as well. Once they're transitioning the ball, if you can get that quick movement back like Mitchum just did then, you're going to have those really good opportunities and shots on goal.
You have to really credit their pressure. They've been able to bring in this first quarter and a half, the Tigers. So back in the side today, can Cam Bazaz kick this one for Mitchum. Fair way out. Kick is going to fall short. And a mark is taken. It's Townsend. Used his body well to take the mark on the chest. He'll be kicking from the pocket. So this is still a tougher kick than what you might imagine.
Yeah, especially with this breeze the way it's playing tricks here.
He'll certainly still take his best as he plays it very nicely. Townsend's got two. The Tigers have their third. 3-2-20, 1-3-9. North Ringwood. 13 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this second term.
Paul, you're going in the stat centre.
Yeah, it's more of the same in this second quarter from Mitchum. They're dominating the inside 50s. They lead at 8-1 this quarter, Mitchum.
I think one of the other things is that you've got to be careful. They've played the first quarter with a lot of run, carry, handball, short kick. With the conditions the way they are at the moment, you can't over-possess the football because of the footy's starting to get wet and conditions are difficult to... So you need to get the ball down that forward line a bit quicker than what they have been, North Ringwood.
He's looking the differences, Jai Townsend, as Laurie enters the rock, gets the tap, wheel and roves it, hands it straight to Van Noonan. Forward go North Ringwood. Fitzpatrick's there, but the spoil came from the Tigers' defence. Braunthal running onto it. Gill is hot on his hammer. Braunthal couldn't handle it over the boundary line. 14 minutes gone. North Ringwood 139. Mitchum 3-2-20. Division 1 clash. Thank you so much for joining us here on Eastern 98.1, the YouTube and the Facebook streams. It's been a willing contest so far. A lot of feeling in it. Low scoring, high stakes, high pressure. Over the top goes Law for that ruck contest. Bugliver roves it, however, got it to Porter. Snap round the body to exit defence. Cherry is there, gathers, tackled, kicked it, holding the ball apparently. I think he just hit the deck before he got the kick away, so North Ringwood to regain possession. And now a bit of tempo by Waller. Call to play on. He's confronted by two. And, there's someone down in the goal square. It's Lovell. And so the possession's been reversed as we go to our boundary riders to sort this out.
It might have been an off-the-ball hit, and I think potentially Taylor Davidson was involved with that with Jackson Glossop.
I think there might be another one.
Yeah, I think a yellow card's probably going to need to come out somewhere.
And it's
this is a North Ringwood free kick in front of goal.
Yep, that's what it was. That's why he wouldn't allow them to take the advantage and play on. It was because it's a North Ringwood free kick.
Wow.
And it's to Davidson, and that's why, if you want to pick on a Davidson, this is what happens to you.
Retribution.
Oh, dear. Well...
I'm not going to lie, Taylor Davidson would have started that too.
Well,
and he's going to listen back, as I know he will.
There's a twist in the tail as Mitchum was starting to gain momentum. Davidson can snatch that right back with a goal. And he confronts
straight to
Lovell. Starting it again. He's like, give me another free kick, mate.
You cannot. They are not calling a card on, are they?
It looks like it.
Yes.
To Davidson.
No, to Lovell, to Davidson, to both.
Both.
I think
off you go.
I think Davidson's would have been for a dive, because that was a dive then. He was nothing happened to him.
I'm not sure about the yellow cards there. I know they're trying to just break this up, and it's been a very physical game.
They're setting an example. I
guess.
think
They've done it one of each. Well, Yeah, we'll see how that plays a factor.
Well, there's also what's going on with Ricey in the middle as well.
It might be Jackson Broadthorpe because he's come off the same time as
Three
Davidson.
cards have been given out. Tom Lovell and then two of the North Ringwood boys.
Oh, Braunthal and Davidson, along with Lovell.
So it's all happening here at Quambee Reserve.
Well, it was brain fade. It was a silly mistake from all three. They shouldn't have done it.
I was going to say that the average height of the players on the ground just went down quite a bit with Davidson and Lovell went off, and then Braunthal went off.
Oh, evened it up. So 3-2-20 Mitchum, 2-3-15 North Ringwood, coming up to the 17th minute mark of this second term. We've had 3 yellow cards in the space of 30 seconds, and we're back in the middle again. Jesse Wren, quick inside 50 for the Tigers, and there's a mark that's been taken. It could be Curtis. Sends it long into attack. All the numbers for the Saints picked up by Waller.
God, he's good.
He's been outstanding, hasn't he?
Done quite well, and he finds Rice, who's been at the centre of controversy today, of course, of being tagged, and is certainly part of the scuffle that's been happening this afternoon. 2 great sides going head-to-head, and there's plenty of feeling in it. Mark taken here from Fitzpatrick, who looks to go inbound to Matthews. Matthews now to switch this one. It came off Duvalin, and
yes,
in the protective zone, it's a 25-metre penalty the way of the Saints. And he's going to play on straight away. Long kick into attack. The mark is taken, or just touched off the boot, and is holding the ball free kick going the way of the Tigers. Here's Porter, often racing off the half-back line. Got Townsend, who couldn't quite take the mark. Coming in from the side was Walker. Duvalin picked it up. Now Little towards the top of the square. Plenty of numbers for both sides. Cherry got a hand to it. No mark taken by Curtis. And we'll get a ball up about 15 out from the Tiger goals.
So has the feeling of chaos in this game started to subside perhaps, or is it only just beginning as Mitchum get the ball up at the top of the square, scrambly ball, no one laying hands on it until Cherry does. His kick went nowhere, Whelan's in it. Cherry goes again, and again, no, this time shot out of the pack, and that was by Will Vag. However, a free kick has been called, I believe. It's going to come back potentially to Will Vag, I think that's Rice. White. And so from the goal square, North Ringwood are going to try and figure this one out. Mark taken by Walker as the rain has subsided a little bit into the pocket for Sharp. Mitchum with the frontal pressure, pushing up, cutting off the exits. Sharp, that's a good kick to Lawes. Through his hands though, Porter was there, but first to it was Fenton. Through the traffic and into the hands of a tackled Chappell. Well done, your end.
I don't know whether the hand pass game is going to work when the ball's on the wing, because they've just got Mitchum with so many numbers.
Buggelver smashes it out of the contest and scooped up by Barnes. He was tackled to his handball, only went as far as an opponent. Coming over the top there with a fist was Mitchum. Fitzpatrick couldn't handle it over the boundary line right in front of us here. As we are ticking towards time on here at Quambee Reserve, it's North Ringwood 2-3-15, Mitchum 3-2-20.
Yes, right in front of us. So we're just watching Rice and Little go at it again. He's at him at every single clearance, at every single stoppage. Baglava, Little tap, Chappell for the Saints inside 50. Couldn't hit it up the target, but it just surpassed Nicholas. Now a chance for the Saints. Shepherd towards goal, and he is missed. So just a minor score for the Saints. They move to 2-4-16 now. Mitchum 3-2-20. There's a kick in here will be taken by Jackson Glossop. If you've just joined us, there's been 3 yellow cards. Braunthal and Davidson off for the Saints, and Lovell off for the Tigers. And it's just 4 points in. There's a kick out of defence. Bit of a grub in towards the middle of the ground. Uren fought hard for that one. Got it to Barton Smith. Barton Smith off the side of the boot towards us. Bounced just before it crossed the line.
I felt that.
It certainly did. It hit the media band right in front of us as we'll get a boundary throw-in.
So as we get a good look at this.
New ruck, Borg against Baglava now. This is the one that Pricey was talking about.
This will be interesting. Changing it up a lot. Baglava got front position, got the tap down. Barnes fed the handball away while being tackled. It's come to Little off the back of the contest. It was, and now the mark's been taken. The intercept, and that was by Tom Matthews switching it across the ground. North Ringwood. It's ended up with Dunn. Over the top it goes. Van Unen takes the grab. Strong hands. Kick and a half from goal. North Ringwood threatening to kick their third. And into the pocket. No, Patterson was leading out, but it fell short. It was Fenton instead. And there's the tackle on Donahue. We'll have a ball up, and we'll go down to our boundary riders as well.
Because he's just about to come back on.
So Baglava, thank you very much for that. Baglava got the spike. Great tackle by North Ringwood, but Mitchum retained the ball. It was smothered. It's come back to Van Unen. Now, flying the handball out, flinging it out was Chappell. Got it to Kilworth, back to Chappell. Now Kilworth under a lot of pressure, but still got the kick away. Under duress. No mark taken by Fitzpatrick. Scooped up by Law. Tumbling ball to the centre of the 50. It confounded Pratt. He went back after it again. Tackled by Van Unen. Stoppage in North Ringwood's 50.
It was a bit muffled from the boundary, but he said Braunthal didn't get a yellow card.
I think that's what it was, yeah.
There you go. So that makes sense. I didn't see why he would have been carded. There's a bit of a contest here. Van Unen involved again. We're almost approaching half-time. 22 and a half minutes gone in this second term. 2-4-16 North Ringwood. Mitchum 3-2-20. It's had a bit of everything this game so far. Baglava won the tap down towards the boundary line. Picked up by Rice. Got the handball off to Whelan. Whelan goes to Fitzpatrick. Under a bit of trouble. Didn't look like he disposed it properly. Ali. Handball off to a teammate who's got nowhere to room. And we'll get
that's
ball
where
up.
Matty Price will be happy with the fact that they're getting second and third opportunities in the forward 50 with their tackling. They've got to continue it.
They've certainly just started to get themselves back in the game a little bit. Uren off the ground. Now they look to escape through Donahue. Got the handball off to Cherry. Cherry to Uren. This is where they've been really good, but this time they muck it up and the Saints try and go forward. Fitzpatrick and Cherry go at it. Van Unen's on ground. Looks to be hurt.
They were always going to run into a bit of trouble there. There was 5 North Ringwood players to 2 Mitchum players, so they had to hand pass it out. It was too contested.
James Leach was really good there. Just read the handball really well. Intercepted it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're very close to the half-time siren. I feel like Mitchum's probably been the better of the two sides in this first half so far. Really nothing in the game, just the 4 points. Uren. He's handball cut. Here's Braunthal. Gets through traffic. Puts this towards goal. Jackson Braunthal. Your Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. And he puts the Saints in front. 3-4-22 to the Tigers. 3-2-20.
That was an excellent goal. Look at the way that little fake. It's kicked out from 35, and that's a very, very good goal in these conditions. Their pressure's been excellent around the contest in the last 5 minutes or so. North Ringwood haven't allowed Mitchum to get any sort of control or run out of defence. So
really stepped up from the first quarter, hasn't it?
Yeah, really good.
So 24 and a half minutes gone in this second quarter. You'd expect halftime to be very close by now. Not many goals in this quarter, nor the game. But back up we go. Baglava will take the rock contest against Borg. Used his strength at Baglava. Got it down to Goulding. He was tackled by Van Unen. Good to see him back up after copping a heavy knock not a couple of minutes ago. Baglava punches it. Fenton there, ridden by Little.
Sounds like a horse race.
Well, I think that's what they were laughing about there. Nearly carried Little all the way with him, but this time Baglava snaps it out of the contest. Good mark. Well done by White.
He's another one that's been very, very good in defence.
Absolutely. And they're going to switch it up again, and this is going to end up with Sin confronted by Little, but mark taken nonetheless. Bit of tempo play here by the Saints, as they have been stuck here occasionally in that specific half-back point, but a great grab by Kilworth, and he's going to try and release the 45, kick into the centre of the ground. No, says Barnes. He scoops it up, gets it to Uren. In fact, it was Rebecca to Uren, and I think it was a high tackle. Yep. And Braunthal gives him a bit of afters, but the umpire just going to have a chat.
That was staged as well, that one.
26 minutes gone and the siren gone as well, as it's half-time. North Ringwood 3-4-22, Mitchum 3-20. Half-time here at Quambee Reserve in a Division 1 clash. And we'll be back to you with the half-time show after this break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel, so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, that is right. Welcome back to Quambee Reserve for a Division 1 clash between Mitchum and North Ringwood. It's the home side leading 3-4-22 to Mitchum 3-20. This is the halftime show. My name's Jared Beanland, and joining me is Josh Ward and Brett Davidson. I'll quickly go through the goal kickers. 2 to Townsend and 1 to Lovell for Mitchum, and 1 each to Braunthal and Dunn. And Ryan hasn't put the third one on his team sheet, so I'm going to have to look at mine. It was Taylor Davidson, of course.
Yes.
So, Josh, on the boundary line, despite all the weather, despite the rain and such, how have you seen the game?
Oh, it's been an interesting contest, and I'll credit both sides. They're moving the ball really well, particularly from defence. They're not just blazing away, which in the lower divisions, Div 3 and Div 4, if you have the breeze, more often than not, they're going to be blazing away. These two sides, you'd expect it, given they're the two of the top 3 sides of the division. They're lowering their eyes, they're looking for the switch, and I think they'd be really impressed with the way they're moving the ball. Both defences, particularly North Ringwood's, is standing up. I think I heard during that quarter, Mitchum at one stage had 8-1 inside forward 50s, and I think it was only 1 goal they kicked, which is a pretty fair, or 2 goals they kicked in that quarter, which is a pretty fair effort, even with kicking against the brace for Mitchum. But I think the Saints will be very pleased because they haven't been playing their best footy. They've been outworked in the midfield area. They're still, as I mentioned, moving the ball well. If they lift their intensity just that little bit more, it'll hold them in really good stead.
Absolutely. And Brett, you've been with me here in the box. Look, it's been a really willing contest, of course, but outside of that, the strategy of each team, I don't know, how have you seen it in terms of what changes that they made during the game and what they might need to make?
Well, we could see that early on that North Ringwood wanted to, into the breeze, they wanted to make the ground a bit bigger. They went out wide. They chipped it around a fair bit. They just got stuck around about, I suppose, between half-back and wing. They couldn't get that next kick across. And I think that's because what Mitchum did was, when they took a mark back, a lot of Mitchum players pushed back, so they allowed them to get that 20, 30 metres quite easily. And then the next kick became really difficult, and that's why they weren't able to get it out as well. And Mitchum did a bit of that as well in that quarter as well, when North Ringwood got the ball in the back line. They were able to move their first and second kick quite easily, but it was their next kick that they really struggled with. North Ringwood, when they went through the middle and got the ball a bit longer, they then troubled the Mitchum defence, I thought, in that quarter. And the North Ringwood forward line, where it's really hard to get second, third and fourth options with their tackling, and that was able to get them over the line. Mitchum, I thought, probably overall moved the ball better over the whole ground than what North Ringwood have, and especially there 3 or 4 times they chained the ball through the middle and were really good in the way that they lowered their eyes into their forward half and kicked goals. So it's been two different styles. And to be honest, at this stage, it's 22-20, and I don't know if anybody would say, someone's definitely on top of the game at this stage. So it'll be interesting to see the impact if it doesn't rain. If it doesn't rain anymore, what will happen? Because that breeze, not only is it strong as far as its ability, it's actually a strong breeze. In these games, it's really hard to run as well when you're running into it all day or around it. It actually makes you look slower, and makes you look more fumbly, and it makes decision making a bit harder. And we've seen that all over the ground today.
Absolutely, Josh. Do you think it's going to remain this close throughout the day?
I think so. With, as you mentioned, over the contrasting style both teams play with, I think it'll come down really to this third quarter, and I think if North Ringwood are able to hold Mitchum at bay, maybe to 3 or 4 goals, I think it's probably about a 4 or 5 goal breeze in the favour of that hill end of the ground, or to the left of your broadcast. I think if it could come down to that third quarter, because North Ringwood will then be able to run over the top of the side. But equally, kicking goals into the breeze is like gold, literally.
Yeah, absolutely. And plenty of other games going on around the eastern suburbs today. As Josh, you've got some scores to read out, I see.
Yes, in Premier Division at the moment, Doncaster East lead by 23 points over Noble Park, 57-34. East Ringwood lead at halftime against Blackburn, 39-33, and Berwick hold a 10-point lead over South Croydon, 53-43 out at Edwin Flat Reserve.
Well, it must have been a big breeze, because I think at one stage they were nearly 50 points in front. So that means that I'd say that they had the breeze that quarter, South Croydon.
I was going to say, I think it could potentially be a really wind-affected ground, Edwin Flat, because of how open it is and how big it is as well. Division 1, the Boronia lead by 8 points over Norwood, 29-21. Wanturna South with a 5-goal buffer over Montrose, 56-23.
They've got that number. They've got the number of the Devils.
Yeah, they do, and that's why Blake Tennant has been quiet throughout the day on the WhatsApp group, that is. Moorbark lead 49-15 over Bayswater, and Park Orchard 78 to Beaconsfield 35. I would have thought this game would be a lot more closer out of Dominic.
I would have too. That's a great effort so far by Park Orchards. That's big scoring in these conditions.
Absolutely. Division 2, no update from the LSO. Mulgrave hold a 30-point lead over Waverley Blues, 52-22. Surrey Park up 34-10 over Ringwood. 1 goal separating Heathmont and Scoresby, 40-34. And Templestowe hold a 14-point lead over Croydon, 36-22. So most results in Division 2 probably going as expected. Division 3, there's a couple of close games. Coldstream now trail Knox 49 39-39. So clearly there was a bit of a breeze out there. Upper Ferntree Gully 60-12 over Oakley District. 1 point separating Sylvan and the Basin. 45-44 out there at Sylvan.
That's good. I like that. That's going to be a final clash potentially later in the year. And if it's close, then maybe it'll be a good one for us to get down to.
Yeah, absolutely would be. Ferntree Gully and Whitehorse, the Pioneers lead 38-32 out of Wally True Reserve. Division 4 and Bulleen Templestowe, probably the biggest surprise. Lead by 25 points over Chirnside Park, 52-27 in that game at Kimberley Reserve. Kilsyth 51 lead Cora North Emlock 29. Warrandyte 69 lead Doncaster 21, and Fairpark 92 lead Nunawading 22. So most results going as expected, but still a couple of surprises as well.
Absolutely, and potentially some surprises waiting for us in the second half. As look, I'll get your tips, gentlemen. Are we thinking North Ringwood, are they going to be able to hold sway here at Quambee, or are Mitchum going to upset the visitors? It's a tough one, isn't it?
It is a tough one because both forward lines have not really done too much.
No.
So, and both teams really weren't able to use the breeze to their advantage too much. So it's going to come down to who makes the better decisions under pressure with these conditions. I'm still going to stick. I'm going to stick with North Ringwood. I'm going to stick with them as like a goal. That'll be as much as they'll win it by, but it's very difficult to tip at this stage. But I'll stick with North Ringwood.
Get back to me after the third quarter.
Okay.
I think, in all seriousness though, I think North Ringwood know this ground very well, and I think they'll be able to just run over the top of Mitchum, particularly with the breeze in the final quarter, which we saw earlier in the season. They were able to finish off the game strongly against Park Orchards. I think they could probably be able to do something similar here as they come out onto the ground, Jared.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with North Ringwood as well. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining me in this half-time show. We'll be back with you for the third quarter right after this break.
Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Quambee Reserve half-time here, North Ringwood leading Mitchum by 2 points, 3-4-22 to 3-2-20 in the entertaining first half. Very physical game. The conditions have certainly played a factor in the opening half, and not much in it between the two sides. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Jared Beanlin, Brett Davidson, Emily Mackay, Paul Uconi, and James and Josh on the boundary. Going into this second half, it'll be interesting to see if that remains the intensity in this third term, Jared. I mean, we talked about a lot on that tag, Jack Little on, of course, Kieran Rice. Very fascinating to see if that sort of continues to play a part in this second half, because he is certainly getting under his skin.
He's making a name for himself, isn't he? It's really impressive to watch, and I'm going to be fascinated to see how North Ringwood respond to the attention, or continue to respond to the attention that Little's been giving him. Fascinating clash in the middle, of course, between both teams. The ruck duel as well has been fascinating to watch, as North Ringwood are really trying out some different looks. Borg, Law and Davidson as well, all going in against Buglava. He might be a little tired now, Buglava, given that Lovell, the secondary ruckman, copped the yellow card in the second quarter, but I'm sure it won't trouble him, Brett or Em.
Oops, sorry. No, I just think he hasn't been dominant, but his tap work's been quite nice. I like he does a nice little just a little hand down to his players. It's and if he doesn't do that, he goes over the top as much as he can. But it's just interesting to see if one team can actually use this breeze to advantage.
Yeah, it certainly will, as we're ready to go for this third term. Jared Beanlin to take us underway.
And up we go for the third quarter. Buglava does that little tap down to Cherry. Mitchum, the first inside 50 already. Punch comes from behind from Patterson, chasing onto it. Looks like Curtis, but coming away with a plum there, North Ringwood. That was Walker. And the mark's been taken. Shepherd, the late in for, one of the ins for today. But Mitchum pushed back really hard to defend this. Mark taken inside forward field. Oh, was it punch? No, it was a mark. And the clamps of Xavier Borg were able to reel that one in.
As Pricey mentioned, Borg is a forward, and that's one of his key specialties. So I'm looking forward to see if he can do a bit more of that in the remainder of this second half of the game.
Did miss one in the first quarter, did Borg. He's kicked 3 goals for the year in the senior side, 6 in the reserves. Up he comes from the arc. It might just fall short over the back. Was that Van Union? Yes, he just spilled out of his hands. And Mitchum get the clearing kick. It might come right back there through Vag. No, punched it towards Sharp, and he's happy to see the boundary line.
That was nearly the Van Union of old then, that one.
He does that quite consistently still.
Yeah.
So we get a boundary throw.
Saw a big couple of leaps last year.
Just inside North Ringwood's forward 50. Baglava won the tap again. Uren, who's been involved everywhere, as has Cherry. He's kicked, though, picked off by White, who had a fantastic first half himself.
I really liked White's intercept marks in this game so far.
So clean.
He's just such a key player to this lineup. It almost picked off by Baglava. Little chasing this one, wrapped up by Fenton. We'll get a ball up.
Pre-season with Richmond this year as well, so had a good time down there.
Obviously very young and going to be one to keep an eye on in the future as well, as Braunthal kicked the last goal of that the second quarter to put North Ringwood in front, as that kick from the Tigers out of bounds on the full, and Sharp will take possession.
And so what we're seeing here is Mitchum really covering that kick away distance. There's so many players within that, so it makes it really hard for North Ringwood to get that first kick out and to get some space.
So here's Sharp, putting them back into attack again. Flying from behind was Glossop to take the intercept mark.
And he's going to try that kick to Little. Has a man for the handball option in Barnes. Has to work his way through a couple of North Ringwood players. Received the handball back from Baglava. His handball missed Uren. Mitchum still retaining possession through Pratt. Now Goulding. Back to Uren. He was tackled. North Ringwood turn it over. Shepherd, Fenton turned it over back again. Chaos in the middle of the ground as Mitchum now finally go forward. Patterson read that well. Scrubby kick off the deck. It's going to come right back once more. Top of the goal square. But the mark's been taken by Waller. He's going to release the kick towards the corner of the square. Mark taken by Walker. Had the handball option, and North Ringwood go forward again. And as quick as a flash, Van Nuenen takes the grab. There was a lead on in the pocket, I think, from Borg. But Sharp was the easier kick over the top. He's going to try and spear one towards the goals for North Ringwood. Kilworth nearly took the grab. Ali ripping the padding off the post as he found his way over the boundary line, but it was one behind in the end, and Glossop will kick this back in.
It might take him a bit of time just to get it back on. Glossop says, just leave it, mate. We need you out there.
Talk about a feeling of guilt.
Yeah.
What a nice guy.
Very good there from Rod Ali as Glossop. Hines Little.
You're never too good to fix the point post-padding.
Yes. As Little off the half-back line for the Tigers. Just going down the line in the direction of Baglava. Sport from behind as this one rolls across the line and into the Mitchum coaching box. 4.5 minutes gone, third term. The Tigers trailing by 2 points, 3-2-20 to 3-4-22 North Ringwood. Big Division 1 clash. A win for the Saints who will put them in the box seat for the top spot. I'm not sure what we missed there. Is
Fenton trying to put the block on Little.
I missed that as Rice just gets enough space to get his kick away in time. It's turned over then. Donahue to Cherry under pressure. His kick had to be good. Couldn't quite mark it. Good Curtis.
So Fenton, he was trying to put the block on Little for Kieran Rice, and he just shoved him about 5 metres straight into the ruckman.
There you go. We'll keep an eye on it. Of course, there he is again, right on Rice again. Spending a lot of time as the ball brought back into play. Baglar with the tap down. You ran Duvalin and wrapped up.
So we've gone 5 minutes in this third quarter at Quambee Reserve. Still no change to the scores from halftime. It's 22-20. Baglava gets a tumbling ball forward. It's going to come right back through Sin. Has the handball option in white. But the boundary line seems to have beaten it all.
So Baglava's got this big advantage of his strength, and he's winning all of the ruck contests. So when Davidson comes back on, that'll be it'll be interesting to see the result of what happens there.
100% as Law this time goes up against Gill in the ruck contest. Oh, sorry, Pizzazz, in fact. Handball floats over the top. Little getting involved again at ground level. Tackled by the two North Ringwood players. As we'll get a ball up and we'll throw down to the boundary riders for this.
Well, right on cue, Emily. Taylor Davidson is at the interchange gate, so he's about to come back on.
Well, Law will take this ruck contest, though, against Baglava. Baglava got the tap. Flinging it over the top to DeValin, and now Little, high ball. Waller's going to set himself for the grab. You can see that from a mile away. And North Ringwood to try and repel from defence. Walker takes the grab. Short option will be Matthews. He goes longer and turned it right over to Pizzazz. Mitchum to reload. Ignores Pratt. Ignores Porter as well, both handball options, so he just kicks it to the arc. No mark taken by Baglava. North Ringwood have numbers around the ball. Braunthal sharing it through hands Van Nuenen. Now Vag, in fact, and working his way through the centre of the ground. The North Ringwood player there, Ali, brilliantly read. Knew exactly where that ball was going to end up and took the mark in front of Shepherd.
Yeah, well called. Fantastic intercept grab there by Rod Ali, who has Shepherd to compete with. Gets around him with ease as he finds Porter. Mason Porter for the Tigers slows things down before finding Guy Lachlan. Lachlan looking for Lovell, or Glossop should I say. Duvalin swung around on the left boot towards goal. Josh Duvalin has put it through. Tigers back in front.
That's called using the breeze to your advantage then. He just put it up and it kept going. But that was good work from Porter. I've liked the work that he's done with it, especially with his feet. He used the ball really well whenever he's got the ball. He gets a lot between the arcs, and uses the ball as he goes through that midfield area.
It's 4-2-26 the Tigers to North Ringwood 3-5-23. 7.5 minutes gone. Third term, Jared.
Yeah, really interesting stuff here at Quambee. We'll see if Mitchum can continue to press this advantage. Back into the centre, Baglova now against Davidson. So here we go. That's the contest that we'll be looking at. Fenton had all the space he needed to just wield the ball straight through the middle and through for a point. How did he get that much space? I'm not sure. But North Ringwood nearly benefited from that. Not quite, though.
Mitchum attacking Kieran Rice and forgetting that Aaron Fenton exists.
As the ball will have to come back through the car park. So that adds to North Ringwood's tally, 3-6-24 to Mitchum 4-2-26. Glossop to bring this in. Has a bit of time and space to fashion the kick. Over the top was Davidson. Couldn't grab it. Falls to the deck. Willing contest still. And bit of push and shove. Not as much as there was in the second quarter. As you can see, Lovell there as well in frame. He's back onto the ground. Baglova gets that tap. Goulding, tackle by Whelan. Tried to burst his way through. Wasn't able to do so. Holding the ball. And North Ringwood will load up once more through Jack Whelan, the wily veteran, the hard nut for North Ringwood, sends it inside forward 50, but well read by Mason Porter.
Yeah, he picks it off nicely and has a man out. It was Gill, got off to Goulding. Goulding towards the middle of the ground. Guy Lachlan a lot to compete with, and they've turned it over now. Sin goes back to White. White forward, has a man open, and that time it's Kilworth. Got a bit of space as he puts the kick inside 50. The target was Fitzpatrick. Sport from behind. Ali now for the Tigers. Running out of defence. Did very well. They can get him on the transition. Duvallin kicked the last goal of the game. Inside 50 in the Townsend direction. Standing underneath that. No mark paid for the Saints. Could have been Patterson there. And they're not happy with it, but it means it's a ball up inside 50 for Mitchum. Giving them an opportunity to put through their fifth. Tapped down one by Lovell. And Fenton out of defence for the Saints in the Kilworth direction as that bounces across the line.
And Paul Uconi in the stat centre.
The inside 50 is more even in this quarter. It's 5-7, 7-5 Mitchum's way.
So we'll get the boundary throw in on the far side of Quambee Reserve. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and our Facebook and YouTube streams. 1v3 in Division 3 for round 13. The Tigers leading by 2 points. As the ball is sent back over the line. And we'll get another boundary throw in.
Game played quite between the arcs this quarter, but just about. Bugler and Davidson, they're giving themselves a wide berth from one another to run at it. Sorry, that was Lovell. Davidson got the tap anyway. And advancing through the middle is North Ringwood, sharing it through hands. Fitzpatrick gets it back to Braunthal, tried to tap it along the ground. Glossop got in the way. Shepherd was there as well, but the stopper in the end for Mitchum was Pratt. Ball went wide to Glossop. Handing it back, going back to go forward to Rebecca, and he's going to switch it up. We'll go straight up to the corridor, really. Whelan challenged in the marking contest well, got the handball to Van Union. Scooped up now for North Ringwood by, that was done. Controlling it well was Rice. Tackled by Ali. The kick went across the goals. Scooped up by Sin. Handball option over to Shepherd. He's going to try and centre it back up to Rice, but the mark's been taken by Little. And Mitchum will come out of defence. This time through Barton Smith. Onto the wing, Uren. It was punched away from him by Leach. And it'll be a ball in centre wing.
Ali's been good this quarter, and
come from nowhere.
And I think Little's been very, very good. Not only stopping Rice, but getting his own ball.
And another touch for James Gagnon today.
Brilliant.
After a game this morning.
Yeah, I know.
2 games.
Still a bit tired after that, but oh well.
Not tired enough to get a touch. Whelan tackled out of it. Aaron Fenton there. Little trying to commit himself to the fray once more. Ends up tackling. Tackling, well, the man who's been tagged. No. I saw the 3. It was the 13 of Dunn. It wasn't Kieran Rice that time. Up goes Lovell, gets the tap down. Donahue try to work his way out of that tackle. Barton Smith, high up and under. Reading it well as Walker, but in front instead, the Mitchum scooped up, this time by Rebecca. Out wide he goes. What options are there, though? Good punch by North Ringwood. The Saints fighting for it at the deck. And I believe that was Davidson tackled.
So 13 minutes gone, third term. Still just 2 points in it. Low scoring game out here at Quambee Reserve. 3-6 to 4-2. Tigers leading. There's a clearance here for the Saints towards centre half forward. Doing really nicely there, Boulder. Couldn't bring it down though. Shepherd inside 50 now and hits up a target. And they're going to have their first real good look at it this quarter through Samuel Law.
Well, this is what the game's going to be built on. It's going to be built on the fact that you're not going to get a lot of opportunities. So when you do get them, Duvalin took it down one end. Law's got to take it up this end.
Let's see if he can. It's been a little bit quiet today as Law comes in and has missed to the right. And just a minor score. That moves North Ringwood to 3-7-25 now. Mitchum 4-2-26. Almost 14 minutes gone.
Mason Porter to bring this back in. Just the 1 point in it now. Ali takes the slips catch. And we'll kick it back across the goal. Mark taken. Van Nuenen having to keep his distance as per the rules. And Donahue is going to take a jog out of defence. High ball onto the wing, who's setting themselves. It was through the hands of Lovell. Out to Curtis now, running down the wing. And Mitchum, great mark taken by Pizzazz. Looking and looking, presenting as Lachlan, but in the way is Matthews. Brilliant little touch there. Lachlan still there out the back. Tackled high once and twice. And...
Oh, he said he fended it off.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I think it almost looked like he got him under the armpit.
It was like a double clothesline.
And Lachlan's head will be ringing and still nothing to show for it. So back into play. Pizzazz will go into this contest against Patterson. Tapped it down. The snap from Cherry hits the post. Unfortunate for Mitchum as they creep that 1 point further in front. 4-3-27 to 3-7-25.
Yes, just 2 points in it once again. 15.5 minutes gone in this third term. Low scoring game, as we've mentioned, but plenty of intrigue in this one as the kick out of defence finds White, who's racked up the disposals and the marks today. Unsure which direction at first he'll go, but he'll send it towards the far side. Little was amongst the pack there as the ball goes out of bounds. Free kick as well going towards Jack Little, is held on to.
Really has been a defender's game today.
It certainly has, and that will make things interesting for our Best on Ground awards, because the defenders don't necessarily win our Best on Ground award too often, but we'll see today as Little goes inside 50 for the Tigers. Came through the hands of Pizzazz. Rice out the back, mopped it up nicely. Out of defence, finds Braunthal. He looks to switch it towards us on the broadcast side. The mark was taken by Chappell. Mitch Chappell coming to the club this year. Goes back to Sharp. Had plenty of the ball in that first term. Finds Sin. Maintaining possession here are the Saints.
That was excellent work.
To Matthews.
Both teams, they both worked so well, then North Ringwood players.
Sin gets past a bit of traffic. He's kicked forward. Great intercept mark. Alex Barton-Smith going back with the fly of the ball to take that one. As Barton-Smith puts Mitchum back into attack. A lot of players fly for that one. No one really at ground level. The Saints end up being the one who can clear it through Sharp. Sharp to Braunthal, takes the mark this time. Bit slow to get up.
That was a classic, I'm going to dispose of the football, and if I connect, I connect, and he did. So,
he's coming off his line. He's just increased the angle by 20 degrees.
That was a full 10 metres.
seeing how far he could get away with it. Eventually called back as he'll put North Ringwood inside 50. He's going to fly for this one in front position. Davidson hands to it. Rice And might get a ball up here. The ball comes back out. Cherry picked it up. His kick off the right boot was smothered by Fitzpatrick. Barnes goes back to Gill. Gill out of defence finds Uran. That was very, very good. Hasn't done too much wrong today, Hamish Gill. As Jesse Uran puts this forward to Duvallin, who takes the mark and is right to play on straight away. Puts it inside 50 using his hands and body pretty well. The Saints are able to get out of attack now, and the mark is taken by Kilworth.
Kilworth searching and searching. A familiar conundrum for North Ringwood. Attempting to escape their defence. They've had mixed success from this position of the ground. Kilworth finds himself with the ball once more and the exact same problem in front of him. So is he going to find the same solution and kick it back to the man who kicked it to him? Yes.
But they are soaking up time doing this, which is something that they really want to do.
This is James Leach. Searching, yes, he steps around his opponent in Donahue and takes the distance in front of him. The long kick onto the wing, bounces out of hands, and Lovell was the crummer. Bouncing ball, stopped by North Ringwood. They're going to share it. Now Leach again, firing away towards Braunthal at centre half forward. He's got the option over the top in Shepherd. Can he find him? Oh, the kick was a little wayward. Shepherd's going to have to be good from the heart as Hal angled. No. Bounces across into the pocket. Ali is going to keep it in. Van Hoonen there confronts him. Steps around him, does Ali. Sends it to half forward, and Buglova was the man to just take the pressure off the game a little bit with that mark. He's going to just find the diagonal kick to Golding, who was met after he took it. And it'll be a 25-metre penalty in a game where territory has been everything. That was not a great thing for North Ringwood to say, so Golding will send it to the pack. Over the back goes Matthews. Waiting at the back was Curtis. Couldn't quite handle it, just fumbled it over the boundary line. The pressure got to him. But a stoppage in their forward line for Mitchum is not the worst thing. As we are ticking into time on, still Mitchum clinging on to that 2-point lead.
At 11, another goal here to just give themselves a bit of breathing room coming into the last quarter. Not many goals kicked today. Sport from tapped from behind there from Lovell. Right on the boundary line. Curtis couldn't keep it in. We'll get another boundary throw in.
I suppose the question is, what do you do with 2 points in it and not many goals are being scored from a coaching perspective?
You take a few risks, don't you? You take a risk, especially in this last quarter.
As we get boundary thrown inside 50 here for the Tigers. Lovell. The tap down was one, but the Saints numbers around this. Braunthal. He's handball out of the back half. Bazaz to Barton Smith. Barton Smith. And a poor kick turned over. Called the play on straight away. Rice now in defence. He's called the play on. Cherry almost grabbed him. Rice was able to get it away in time. Walker. Handball couldn't find his intended target, and the pressure from Mitchum get that across the line.
It was impressive by Rice to not know that he had to play on and still escape the tackle of the very experienced Cherry.
Yeah, he did very well in there. Looked to be in a bit of trouble. Made the best out of a bad situation. As we get a boundary throw in 21 minutes into this third term. We're very close to the three-quarter time siren. Just one goal kicked from either side this quarter. They'll go in the way of Josh Duvallin. Free kick here be for the Tigers. The skipper and Jesse Wren had a solid afternoon today as he puts this into the odds, a hot spot. Lovell had enough of it, and the umpire says that's a clean mark, and Tom Lovell, who spent 15 minutes off the ground in the second term, had the chance to put the Tigers 8 points up and kick his second of the day.
So it looks like when Lovell's in the ruck, Borgie's going onto him, and then when it's Baglava, it's a TD Baglava ruck contest.
So he'll be kicking from about 35 metres out. No angle right in front of goal. Goals have been hard to come by today, so big opportunity here for Tom Lovell and the Tigers. Off the boot, no good to the left. So a let off there for North Ringwood. Mitchum 4-4-28. North Ringwood 3-7-25. We played 22 and a half minutes into this third quarter.
That'll be hard to watch for Mitchum fans. A golden opportunity gone begging at a crucial stage of the game as Braunthal takes the kick in, takes the mark from the kick in, finds the short option in Fenton. Well presented. Back to Braunthal. He's going to try and use his speed and his boot now. Law at the back sets himself and clamps a great mark. Hands it off. Oh, the handball left a lot to be desired. Back to Law. Now Sharp was waiting there in assistance. And a bit of pressure off North Ringwood as Kilworth takes the mark. Kick and a half from goal. He's going to send it to a hard angle. And it's Patterson who's taken this one. If he's going to kick it, he's going to have to really back himself. Van Union presented. He's ignored. He's going to set this one up. Oh, Ali over the top. Great spoil. Well, it was numerous hands that connected with that ball, I think. But Ali, perhaps the highest of the flyers.
Not a bad attempt from there.
Is anyone from North that I'd back to get that goal would be Pato.
It's certainly close as Uren goes through the corridor. Lovell, his handball is cut off by Fenton. Looks to get it off to Rice. Rice with a bit of time off the left boot, inside 50. There's a Mitchum skip underneath this one. Playing a very good game, as we said, is Jesse Uren. He'll move this just down the line for the Tigers. Really getting close to that three-quarter time siren. Can't be long left. Cherry to Duvallin. Duvallin to Lovell. Under a lot of pressure. Just got his kick away in time. It's been affected, though. And Walker for the Saints. Looks to get it off to Braunthal. Can they get one themselves? They use the corridor with the handball as they go inside 50 again. Ali was able to get there to spoil and wraps up Kilworth in the tackle.
Sort of really impressive quarter, Ali. I think we mentioned it earlier before. He was a bit quiet in the first half, so I was quite surprised, but this is outstanding from him.
Massive quarter from Rod Ali as Baglava out of the ruck just uses his body well. Probably haven't got a great target there. There was 2-on-1 in favour of the Saints. Ball remains alive. Finally, we get a stoppage. Right in front of us, we've got 24, almost 25 minutes gone in this third term.
What a low-scoring game it's been, 28-26, but low-scoring doesn't mean unentertaining. It's been a fantastic struggle today, a titanic struggle as Uren gets collapsed in on and North Ringwood turn the ball over. Braunthal got the kick away. It's a downfield free kick, taking advantage with North Ringwood, and the mark's been taken. It was Chappelle, and he got the kick to Sin.
Tell you what, it just as well he marked it because it wasn't a great kick from, he had an open target, but great stretch, great mark.
Luke Sin for a really important kick on the eve of three-quarter time.
Now every single one of these kicks has been going way right. So you'd think that he has to be aiming to his left.
Good to get some footy into this guy, only 2 games in the reserves last year. He's kicked 6 goals for the year. Can he add a 7th? And a really important one for North Ringwood. No, it faded away as they advance just 1 point closer. 1 point in it now as we go to Paul Uconi in the Stat Centre.
Yeah, it's been a real battle of the back lines this quarter. 6 intercept marks apiece.
What are the chances of us having a draw with both sides under 50?
Well, it's on the cards as poured up. Out of defence to Duvallin. Don't know if either side will hit 50 at the moment.
Combined.
I did say under 50.
Yeah,
nearly
the Tigers 50. Looking to take the game on here, trying to get one late. Bazaz spoils it almost to himself. Lachlan involved. Lovell with the handball back. Doesn't hit his target. Bit of work for Goulding to do. He goes back to Uren. Uren inside 50 might be their last chance. No mark taken. Ball hits the deck, still alive. Lachlan under a lot of pressure. Bazaz, he's caught. That's got to be holding the ball. Free kick to the Saints. Their pressure had to be good there, and it was. And that might just save him before the three-quarter time siren. As they go back to Rice in the back pocket. Chipping it around to Fenton, but it overdoes the kick. So 27 minutes gone. Surprised it's actually gone to 27 minutes this quarter with just the 1 goal kicked. Less than a minute to play.
I'd be amazed if the siren doesn't go in the next 10 seconds or so. But we play on for now. Borg will take on Baglava this time in the ruck contest. Script up by, that was Rice. Over the top, the handball came from Van Union. Braunthal had to do better then and tackles Rebecca in the end. We'll get another ball up.
And there is the siren for three-quarter time. What a contest we have on our hands. It's been low scoring. It's been willing. It's been such a struggle for both teams to get goals on the board at the moment. It is North Ringwood 3-9-27 to Mitchum 4-28. Just a 1 point lead to the Tigers. We'll be back at you for the final quarter after this break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back to Quambee Reserve. 1 point in it here at the final change. It's North Ringwood 3-9-27, trailing the Tigers 4-4-28. A low-scoring game. We've got one more quarter to play. We're going to hear from Neil Winterton and the Mitchum huddle in just a moment. But let's go down to Paul Uconi, who's got some scores ahead of what's happening around the grounds, Paul, starting with Premier Division.
Yeah, in Premier, Donny East 13-5-83 to Noble Park 8-8-56. East Ringwood 9-12-66 to Blackburn 6-12-48, and Berwick 10-7-67 to South Croydon 8-3-51. In Division 1, Boronia 7-10-52 to Norwood 3-5-23. Wani South 10-9-69 to Montrose 9-10-64. Mooroolbark 12-10-82 to Bayswater 3-6-24. And Park Orchards 16-9-105 to Beaconsfield 7-9-51. In Div 2, Mulgrave 11-15-81 to Waverley Blues 6-4-40. Surrey Park 8-8-56 to Ringwood 4-7-31. Scoresby 8-7-55 to Heathmont 8-6-54. And Templestowe 8-9-57 to Croydon 7-8-50. In Division 3, there's been an error for some reason. Anyway, I'll move on to Division 4 if I can. No, it seems to be an error at the moment, but I'll get them in as soon as we can.
Classic Quambee, there's not a lot of internet reception
That's
here.
right, we can follow up on those a little bit later. We're going to hear from one of the coaches in just a moment, but Emily and Dave, I'll throw it to you guys. What was your thoughts in that third term with just the one goal kicked?
It's a tightly contested game. Mitchum are putting one extra number into the stoppage into the midfield, so that means that North Ringwood are playing with a +1. Also means that even if Mitchum are getting the ball, they're not getting really a lot of nice super looks in. And we've got really great defensive structure set up from North Ringwood, and the young guys are really doing a great job. Will Waller, Riley White, Tom Matthews I'm really impressed with as well. So those young boys, Walks is also in there. Just being really solid and consistent. But even though they're doing a really great job, because those numbers are in the middle for Mitchum, they're not able to transition the ball out as easily, and it's really a mucky, murky kind of contest.
Yeah, I think, both defences are well on top at this stage. We said Rod Ali was fantastic in that last quarter, so he was excellent in stopping a number of potential scores. It comes down to who's going to take a few risks this quarter.
And we'll go down to the boundary. James has Neil Winston with him.
Yes, we do, Neil. So how do you feel we're going into this last quarter?
Yeah, it's obviously a bloody tight game. Goals have been at a premium. There's only seven goals for the game. So, yeah, I think it's just going to be a scrap in this last quarter. And just whoever takes their chances, I think, will come out on top.
Yeah, can we touch on Jack Little quickly? Obviously, you've sent him to Kieran Rice, which he's done incredibly well to quell the star from North Ringwood. How do you reckon he's going to go in this last quarter?
Yeah, Rice is obviously a quality player, super fit, so this is probably where he usually gets on top. So Jack's super fit as well, so I've got confidence that he'll do it in the last quarter as well.
All right, thank you for that. Good luck for the last quarter.
Thanks there to James as he interviews senior coach of the Mitcham Football Club. Game number 201 as coach, Neil Winterton. As we're ready to go for this final quarter. Just a quick couple of scores, I think, from you, Paul, just very quickly.
In Div 3, Knox 12-9-81 to Coldstream 7-4-47, Upper Gully 11-11-77 to Oakley District 4-2-26, the Basin 8-8-56 to Sylvan 7-3-45, and White Horse 7-10-52 to Ferntree Gully 7-5-47.
We're back in the middle here. Jesse Uran, quick clearance inside 50. Lachlan got a fist to it, couldn't quite take the mark. Going back there, Walker under a lot of pressure. Here the Saints almost coughing that one up as Donahue across the line. I think the only other big score in Div 4 is that the Bullants lead at Churnside Park 61-44. Let's go down the boundary, Josh Ward.
Yeah, let's dig into Matt Price at that three-quarter time huddle. He was really pleased with that third quarter, the pressure and their contest work as well. Wants that to continue, and they had 15 entries inside forward 50 according to them in that third quarter. He believes 15 entries inside forward 50 will be enough to get them over the line.
Well, let's see if they can do that. At the moment, we're inside the Tigers forward 50. Jack Little on Jack Whelan. And we'll get a ball up deep inside the Tigers attacking half of the ground. If they get the first one, that will certainly help their case to win today as Duvallin lost it. Ball comes back out to Curtis. Got off to Goulding. Goulding towards goal. Playing into the hands there of the Saints on the last line of defence. That might be Waller.
It might indeed, I believe. And his short ball to White wasn't the 15, so he had to receive the handball. Got the handball himself off to Walker. Sends a long one out of defence, but it's been cut off by Glossop. Ordering about the man on the mark. And searching for any presenters down there. And, it's going to be Pizzazz. No, bounced out of his hands. Uren at the fall of it. It was Lachlan, in fact. Trying to escape the defence was Fenton, wrapped up. Holding the ball. First opportunity for the quarter goes to Mitchum. And it's going to be Hudson Goulding. And it's going to be a long kick for him. Probably about, what would that be? 45 metres, maybe 40. Van Unen is the man on the mark there. As Hudson Goulding, he's kicked 14 goals for the year. He's been such an important addition for Mitchum. Made a senior debut last year, so the young man making his impression at Walker Park. It's on its way. An important one for the Tigers. He's got it. Splits the middle and extends the lead for Mitchum to 7 points.
That was a beautiful kick from that area. That is a top-class kick.
All the pressure on his shoulders, and he manages to follow through. They get around him, the Tigers, and it's up to North Ringwood to now respond.
He's probably been one of the more underrated players this afternoon. Done a pretty good job in the midfield.
Yep.
And it's certainly been probably an area the Tigers have got the better of the Saints, certainly in the ruck battle, and they've been able to get most of these centre clearances. Duvalin for the Tigers, got Jesse Uren, gets past one, he could go from home from here, the skipper towards goal. This would be special.
Oh.
And he is able to find Townsend on the line. 2 in a minute for the Tigers.
Ouch.
And that puts them 13 points up.
Townsend's been really good for them today.
Yeah, he has.
We're mostly talking about the battle of the back line, and we're looking at our best ons, and they're mostly backline players. But Townsend, for me, from a forward perspective, is being very competitive.
Yeah, he's taken 3 or 4 good marks. That was great work from Duvalin as well. Duvalin, he's been good after half-time as well, I think.
Could have had 4 for the day, Townsend. I think he missed one earlier on. Baglava gets the tap down, and Mitchum are irresistible at the moment as Uren's kick marked immediately inside forward 50.
That's Jesse Uren's 3rd centre clearance.
Yes.
For the quarter.
He has turned it on, and Lachlan Curtis is the recipient this time. What a start to the final quarter by Mitchum. North Ringwood shell-shocked at the moment as Lockie Curtis is going to go in. 11 goals for the year. Is he going to split the middle this time? No, not quite. North Ringwood. Oh, he's got it! Oh, it fooled me. It fooled him as well. I don't think anyone was sure, but the goal umpire. And Mitchum get a 3rd for the final quarter. 4.5 minutes gone. It's Mitchum 46, North Ringwood 27.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. It looked like it went over the... having a look through, the Saints boys are not too thrilled with that. I thought it was behind.
Yeah.
And even the Mitchum player didn't clap it through.
No, well, that was the thing. There was no reaction from the Tigers.
Umpire was the only one with any reaction, and he barely moved. So.
Well, there's no arc in a phenomenal.
No, we don't go there. Is Baglava out of the middle. They are dominating these centre clearance inside 50. Can they get another mark in front position? Couldn't quite bring it down. Ball comes back out now for the Saints, but they're a bit fumbly with it. Donahue comes in and rips it away. And we're going to get a ball up right on the arc here of the Tigers forward 50.
They've hardly had a possession this quarter so far, North Ringwood.
They've absolutely blitzed them in this final quarter. Now, what can they do? The challenge is up for him. Fenton down the middle, picked off by Ali. Got the handball forward, poured up, goes back to Gill. Gill finds his target, Donahue. And they are suddenly now well and truly in control of this game. It's 19 points all of a sudden after being a game that had rarely got past single digits, as finally the Saints pick this one off and get a bit of possession for themselves here.
Tom Matthews. Well, we've said it's been a day for the defenders, and suddenly the dam wall has broken. Matthews got the kick out of defence. Law spilt it. Donahue gets the backward handball to Glossop. Sending it forward once again for the Tigers, just at the feet of Goulding. He turned it over. North Ringwood able to get away, but only briefly. Mitchum, he tried to go again, but he was right onto it, was Patterson. Brilliant tackle. Van Unen, he's going to have to hand it back. So Patterson to send it forward for the first time for North Ringwood. What options are there? Out the back. Brilliant stuff by Braunthal. Well positioned, and the kick was perfect for him. And this to give a little bit more life to North Ringwood, finally. As it's been 7 minutes of Mitchum dominance. And Jackson Braunthal has got a huge weight on his shoulders. 15 goals for the year. Can he add a 17th, because he's got one already today. And he's gone bang! And Mitchum, feeling it as Braunthal goes in for the for some hand-to-hand combat with the Tigers. But North Ringwood, they get a steadier.
Yeah, and it's only early in the quarter, so it's not as if they can't get up and win this game. They used the ball well then. That was nice. They changed the angle going into the forward line, nice open space, and a nice kick from Braunthal. He's been quite good too today, I think. He's done some nice things with the footy.
Yeah, he's come up with some clutch moments for them. Kicked a really important goal earlier in the day, which is the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day contender. So back in the middle again. This is where the Tigers have been so good. Baglava, I've seen that before this quarter. Inside 50. Mark wasn't taken. Doing well though, Curtis. Controlled the ball. Puts it up towards Townsend. Got it. He's on fire, is Jai Townsend.
It's on his right side too. It's a left footer.
Well, he's kicked 3 today in a game where there hasn't been too many goals. This would be for goal number 4 and the quick reply for the Tigers.
You just protected the fall of the ball really well then too.
The Jai Townsend around the corner, puts through goal number 4. And Mitchum skip out back to a 19-point lead. 8-4-52 to 4-9-33.
Gee whiz, the centre clearances have really hurt North Ringwood in this last quarter. Baglava's just been dominant in the ruck.
Well, it's probably been I think almost a shutout in the centre clearances this last quarter, Paul.
5-1 clearances in favour of Mitchum.
That is not surprising to hear that tally after what we've seen.
Well, I mean, his biggest strength is his physicality, and North Ringwood just don't really have a ruckman that's able to compete against that, especially, an experienced ruckman.
So back into the centre we go. Suddenly it's raining goals.
Third ruckman now.
Yeah, Xavier
Got to try
Borg.
something.
Yeah, Xavier Borg, it's all up to you. Nearly evens the contest. Rice got the clearance, and it's going to be North Ringwood to try and work this down the ground. The kick was overcooked to Braunthal. Spills out the back, scooped up by Sin. Back to Braunthal. He's going to have to keep it in front of him under a lot of pressure. The Tigers collapse in on him. And the forward pressure as well came from Patterson as he stops Mitchum getting any sort of possession.
That was great work from Ali then, the way his bump at the end to not give away a free kick.
Yeah.
Patterson in the right contest, bounced off the face of Baglava. He ends up turning tackler against Patterson. There's a free kick. It's going to go the way of Baglava.
Gee, don't know where he got that one from.
That was a pretty hot one, wasn't it? If that was holding the ball. So he's going to send it onto the wing. Cherry is there. Up goes. Oh, not quite. Spilled out of the hands there of Borg. Mitchum now. They're going to steal the march through Goulding. He's sharing it around the old 1-2. And he kicked it off the side of his boot, and it's going to trail away. So it's a stoppage for Mitchum. In their forward line. No, out in the full, in fact.
No. And he's tried to call deliberate. He tried to call deliberate, that player.
The optimistic Waller.
Always worth a shot.
Yeah.
Magnificent.
Try to gaslight the umpire into something that didn't happen. But in we go. Cherry's there. The tap came from Pizzazz. Comes to ground. Great tackling on White it was by Cherry. We'll get another stoppage.
So just inside the forward 50 here for the Tigers. They lead by 19 points. Almost 11 minutes gone in this final term. Pizzazz got the kick forward. It's turned over and White takes the intercept mark. There's a short handball to Rice. Rice out of defence, work this way towards us on the broadcast side, bouncing over Dunn's head and across the line as the sun starts to shine here for the first time at Quambee Reserve today.
Great timing as it's at the perfect angle.
Typical fashion, always right now.
Yep, as we'll get the boundary throw in right
Actually
in front
a nice
of us.
picture though.
Oh, beautiful. Look at those crepuscular rays.
That's a desktop background if ever I've seen one.
So tap forward here from the Saints. Rice, the handball, looking for Braunthal, couldn't quite get it to him. The boundary line beats him.
I'm really liking how Xavier Borg is competing with Baglava in the ruck.
Yep.
He's won a few taps, being competitive. He's got the height, the jump. He's doing real well.
Yeah, certainly is. We'll see how he goes on this occasion. Baglava was in front position that time. Uren can't get any space though, so another ball up. 12 minutes gone in this final term. North Ringwood still not out of it just yet. If they can get a couple of quick ones, still only 19 points. Chasing towards the boundary line. Shepherd kept it in, got the handball off to Rice. Rice now to the half-forward line, picked off by Porter. So it'd be interesting to see Kieran Rice's stats, because I think he still had a fair bit of the football.
Yeah.
Just no influence today as down the line, picked off. Great mark, and there he is, Borg. He's having a good few minutes here. Bit of a purple patch as he puts this one inside 50 and picked off, read really nicely by Tom Lovell, who's off to the races.
So Lovell's kick's going to go to the wing. No real target there as Pizzazz worked onto it. Brilliant tackle by Dunn. So that'll be a stoppage.
Say hello to Gav for me, Josh.
That's the other thing probably in the situation today is that they've had a forward to target Mitchum, whereas I don't think North Ringwood have really had a forward that they've been able to target.
Spinning out of danger was Borg. That was great through traffic. Got the tap back as well. Was able to just get it. Oh, tackled though by Pizzazz. Stacks on.
I was going to say, he's had a bit to say, has Gav.
Just don't put him on the mic.
All of North's rucks are all their forwards.
Yep.
So every time they rotate through,
Robbing Peter to pay Paul, as a Matt Fodio would have said, as Jack Whelan got the clearance. It's going to come back though through Donahue. The handball was idle, but Glossop was hot onto it. The tackles came though. Nearly 14 minutes gone in this final quarter. Game high lead of 19 points currently for Mitchum. It's going to be a big effort from North Ringwood if they're able to get it back. Van Unen and Whelan were involved, and now it's a high ball skittering away into the forward line for North Ringwood. It's Ali tackled in the end.
Well, they're going to have to work out something because they're going to come up against McInerney. They're going to come up against Daness.
Oh, yeah.
So they've got some really key ruckmen that they're going to come up against. So they need to work something out.
Rebecca got the clearance. Mitchum, that was great composure by Donahue. Was able to sell the candy and speed away, but Pizzazz saw it over the boundary line. Bit of a holding pattern at the moment, this game in the past couple of minutes. Quambee Reserve bathed in sunlight as it just disappears behind the clouds again. No more rain today after that second quarter. Bugliver just wrenches it out of the ruck contest. Little gets it onto the boot. It was a snapper in hope. And a great grab. Standing under it was Leach, taking a courageous mark. Didn't know what was coming for him other than the ball. Sends it onto the wing. Whelan. High up and under. Whistle's gone. There was a late hit downfield free kick, and it's going to be in the hands of Shepherd now. Just 50 metres out. Sends it to the pocket. Brilliantly read by Mason Porter. And Mitchum will repel once more.
So Porter in the back pocket here for the Tigers. 15.5 minutes gone, final quarter. Ball was underneath that one. Couldn't quite bring it down. Competed well. Bit of a scrap here as we'll get a ball up. About 60 out from North Ringwood's goals.
I do like, because Borg is rucking, I do like him in the middle of the ground. He's great from an intercept perspective. I think it's the third one in the last 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, he's been pretty impressive as the ball crosses the line once again, and we'll get boundary thrown on the far side. Almost 16 minutes gone in this final term. With Wanturna South's lead over Montrose, it is becoming a must-win for Mitchum to hold their spot in the top three, with Park Orchards also getting the win today against Beaconsfield. Baglava used his body well that time to Barton Smith. Down the line, picked off here by the Saints once more.
With Baglava, it's body work, but it's also just the front position every single time. That's the the experience coming in there.
Such a hard matchup for opposition ruckman as the ball moved forward here for the Saints. No free kick called. You ran out of traffic, got the handball back to Lovell. Goulding kept this one in. Very smart. Cherry tucked away in the boundary line. Got the handball off in time. Duval into Barnes. And now they're going to go inside 50 other Tigers. Barnes kicked is intercepted by the Saints. It's Tom Matthews.
Now, he's been good this final quarter as well. He's going to send it right up the middle. They're going to have to light a fire under it here, the Saints. Braunthal is the option. It was Sin who kicked it to him. Braunthal in a world of space. Centres the ball up, and the mark's been taken by Law. How far out is he? maybe about the 45 metres. Bit of an angle as well to negotiate. This is such an important kick. Samuel Law will line up. This to cut the lead to 13 points. 17 and a half minutes gone. North Ringwood need a bit of life in them. Oh, it just faded out to the right. Just the one behind. 18 points. Handy point for draw.
Potentially 4-10-34 North Ringwood, Mitchum 8-4-52. So back to an even 3-goal margin, but you're going to have to start cutting into that very quickly if they're to win this game, as Ali will take the kick in for the Tigers. As we said, it's had a massive second half today. He'll go towards us on the broadcast side of the ground. Came off hands of Patterson. Ball hit the deck and we'll get a ball up right in front of us.
Pato's been great in the back line, but you might need to move him up forward for a couple of minutes for that tall mark option.
Might just have to, at this stage, just trying something different as Barnes and Rice. Rice handball right in front of Braunthal. Couldn't quite run onto it well. Done. Wrapped up by 2 Tigers. Just got to get one. Just got to get one, the Saints, and then suddenly it's back to a 2-goal game and anything can happen from there. But
problem is it goes back to the centre, and that's where Mitchum have been dominant this quarter.
Very true. It's been dominant in that area of the ground for the Tigers. As a high kick came off hands. Waller did well. Got off to White. Back to Waller. His handball to Matthews. White involved again. To Sharp. But they're a long way from home. They're in their back half of the ground. 19 minutes gone in this final quarter. Trailing by 18 points.
Well, it wasn't the sharpest of kicks from Jason. It's come to ground and Mitchum will feast on it. No, slipping away from the clasps of the Tigers was Leach. Sharing it round with Dunn. Now gets it back to Leach. Spearing ball inside forward 50. Waiting out the back was Glossop. Oh, his kick was intercepted by Rice. Sharing it again. North Ringwood. What options are there? Borg was involved. Back to Rice. It's a rushed high kick. Fenton is there. It's going to be Shepherd standing underneath it. It had already travelled over the boundary line before he laid a hand on it. That was all under so much pressure for North Ringwood. And it was probably one of the last opportunities they're going to get to really cut back this lead in a meaningful way, in a way that will leave time enough for them to get another couple of goals. It was Donahue onto the wing. North Ringwood retained the ball, or regained the ball, but the boundary line beats all comers. Sam Law involved again. Back into play. It will be Baglava is going to go head-to-head with Patterson by the looks of it. Patterson, well, it fell in front of him. The secondary tap in the end came from Mitchum, and they will take it out of defence. No mark taken in the middle of the ground. Under duress was Townsend. Oh, Mitchum, such good contest work at the deck there as Uren got the high ball. North Ringwood get possession back. That was a frenzied kick by White. Bouncing ball. Scooped up by Donahue, though. Under a lot of pressure at Mitchum. North Ringwood desperate at this point. Shepherd gets it. Oh, and his handball cut off immediately by Stengel. Shepherd intercepted, though, making up for that error as Braunthal's tackled over the boundary line by Ali, and they're getting stuck into each other. And we'll go down to the boundary line.
Luke Patterson is a little bit ginger after that contest before. We might keep a close eye on that. I say this with trepidation, but maybe he's just winded.
Oh dear.
We'll get a boundary throw in. Baglava by himself. Handball off to Porter. Getting through traffic, got the handball off to Gill. Just got his kick away in time, but it's affected. Walker through the middle. Gets past one tackle. Sends this one inside 50. They need a mark and they get it through Kilworth. Got to be pretty quick. Got to put this through to get the margin back to 12 points and potentially open up the game for a very, very late comeback. Felix Kilworth. It's his third senior game with the Saints. Not too much of an angle to contend with. Pretty much directly in front, about 30 out from goal. Must kick. And he has. Margin back to 12 points. Not over yet. 5:10:40 North Ringwood, 8:4:52 Mitchum, 22 minutes gone in the last quarter. Wasn't much of a reaction on the ground. They're still in this game if they can get a quick one.
Centre clearance is all important, though.
They need to get this centre clearance. I tell you what, though, the North Ringwood young players have been outstanding today, I think.
Yep.
I think it's been their older players that have let them down. To be honest, I think it's your Shepherds and Van Oonens and these blokes, Sharp, Whelan, they haven't done enough. Whereas the young kids have done an outstanding job, I think. Really been good. Very impressive.
Back up we go. What can North Ringwood get from here? Fenton was there, but Mitchum, they lay hands on the ball first. We'll get it. We'll get a secondary ball up. 23 minutes gone in this final quarter.
I apologise to Fenton. He has been good.
Baglava gets the thump forward towards centre half forward. That's the danger that North Ringwood are facing right now. Whelan tries to bury his way through. Tackled by Little. The instigator today has Jack Little been. Baglava gets the thump again. Mitchum will share it round. Barton Smith finds Bazaz in the forward 50, and this could ice the game.
He's a fairly big kick too, this bloke, when he gets onto him.
With 23 and a half minutes gone, he'll be very happy to soak up as much time as he possibly can to put this game out of reach for the Saints. Cam Pizzazz has kicked only 3 goals for the year. Debuted in 2021. Deliberate march in. Even if he misses, it's going to be difficult for the Saints. The kick is on its way, and it's there. The Tigers have come to Quambee Reserve, and they've taken a win from North Ringwood. They lead by 18 points. It's 9:4:58 to 5:10:40. And Mitchum, they're going to be making a statement and getting redemption after a shock loss to the Norsemen last week.
Have they kicked 5 straight this quarter? Were they 4-4 at 3-quarter time?
Yeah,
yes.
So they've kicked 5 straight in the quarter.
So they've outscored themselves from the first 3 quarters. Been a big final turn for the Tigers. Baglava out of the ruck again. We've seen that time and time again as the ball goes forward. Picked up nicely by Cherry. Was well pressured. Matthews didn't get a free kick. Little. He's kicked forward.
Oh.
Could he get it to Townsend? He'd be looking for goal number 5 as White taps it across the line. We'll get a boundary throw in. 25 minutes gone, 4th term. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, our Facebook and YouTube. After the game, we'll be wrapping up all the scores around the grounds as well as our awards for today. The Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground Award. And the Tobin Brothers goal of today as we're brought back into play. And another ball up. Right in front of the Mitchum goals, 18 points up. Tap down, won again by the Tigers. Townsend looking for goal number 5. His kick was affected. Walker involved. Little wrapped up in the tackle. We get another ball up. Siren very, very close.
26 minutes gone in the final quarter. 18-point lead. And glory is really the only thing on offer for Mitchum at this point as they've sewn up the 4 points. Yet another tackle, yet another stoppage. Pizzazz goes up in the rock contest, roves himself. North Ringwood nearly escaped, but Cherry got in the way, fed it back. Goulding tackled, ball up. Whelan at the bottom of that. Back we go, tap down. Cherry there again, just flinging his hand at it, couldn't quite escape. Leach does though, through the traffic. North Ringwood share it round, it's come to Rice, gives a little fake handball. The kick came off the side of the boot, but Kilworth was there. Marching down the wing now are the Saints. And standing in the way, Pratt, no, not quite. Lets it bounce into his hands as he was on his back. Tackled though by Sin. Ball up right in front of us. As mercifully the sun goes behind the clouds. I can stop squinting. Baglava wrapped up. Look at Jack Little there, all over Rice still. Fenton burst through the stoppage. His kick was affected, however. Uren goes to ground, collected high, but umpire didn't call it. Nicholas, who we've not seen much of Riley Nicholas today, sees it over the boundary line. In North Ringwood's forward line, 27.5 minutes gone as we start to think about the votes. And the goal of the day as well, as few as there were for the first 3 quarters. 5 excellent goals to choose from for Mitchum this quarter as Ali clears the lines, pack forms, bodies fly. It's going to come back to North Ringwood. Kick was smothered, I believe, from Walker. Across the ground it went. Scooped up by Barton Smith. Kick goes over the wing. Putting the body on was Townsend. Tried to get possession, but in doing so fell to ground, and the boundary line will swallow that ball up. And surely the siren is about to go, Ryan.
Yeah, not long to go. 5:10:40 North Ringwood, 9:4:58 Mitchum. The only 2 losses for the season for North Ringwood have come at the hands of the Tigers. An important one for them is Baglav out of the ruck, just dropped it. That's holding the ball. Free kick here going to Borg. That's still just in the behind play there, Little. Still not letting Rice have any space whatsoever. As the siren finally sounds, and Mitchum, one of their better wins of season 2026. An important one for the Tigers. Bit of redemption from last week. They win at 9:4:58 to North Ringwood, 5:10:40. A big win on the road.
Yeah, they came to Quambee Reserve with a mission. They were, I mean, it's not too harsh to say embarrassed last week. No offence to Norwood, of course. That's not a result that should have happened if you're a Tigers fan. But knocking off North Ringwood here, one of the main contenders for the Division 1 flag, that's got to feel good for Neil Winterton and crew.
I'll give you a comparison. Are they the Brisbane Lions of the Division 1 AFL comp? They've won back-to-back flags in this division, obviously going to Premier last year, and they sort of seem to get themselves up for these big games like this one. Maybe last week, Brisbane have done that a few times this year, and just
last year as well. They lost to North last year, didn't they?
And they seem to always time their run really well. And then when they get to the finals, they're such a hard side to beat.
Yeah,
they strike to me as a bit of a Brisbane type outfit in this division.
I think the most impressive part about this win is the fact that they've kicked 5 goals in the last quarter. They've kicked them all into the breeze. And they've kicked 3 in the first 5 minutes of the quarter. So we talked about take a risk, do so. Someone's got to do something. Well, they just destroyed North Ringwood in the middle, took their opportunities, got the killer break on the scoreboard, and then were able to hold on. And North Ringwood were not able to take the opportunities that they had. So all credit to Mitchum. I mean, if they were coming home with the breeze, he would have gone, yep, fair enough. But they've gone into the breeze and scored 5 straight. That's magnificent
The
work.
irony of that too is before the game started, I said, because of the amount of wind, I said it's going to be a 5-goal breeze. I didn't know it was going to be the other way. I think, does that make it a 10-goal breeze?
We've got the boys down on the boundary. I think Josh just currently grabbing a player, so we'll cross down in just a moment. James has got Jesse Cherry with him, another star of the game today. We've also got... don't tell me he's got the skipper and Jesse Uren, has he?
Well, of course we've got the
It's
skipper.
Jesse
He's one of
times
our favourites, is Jesse Uren, and he was great today in the victory for the Tigers, a crucial victory. Jesse, what do you make of the performance today?
No, it was super. Obviously we had to respond after last week against Norwood. They were super Norwood. They were hungrier. They wanted to win more, and we underestimated them, and they sort of taught us a bit of a lesson. And hopefully we spoke Saturday night after the game that we needed to take that as sort of a kick up the butt, that we need to lift as a football club, and the challenge was on us today. And I thought we responded, especially the young blokes. They were super.
I was going to say the younger blokes, guys like Hudson Goulding, Jai Townsend in that last quarter, Mason Porter, who was originally going to be playing midfield and swung back down into defence. That must have been very pleasing for those younger players to step up.
Oh, mate, they're unbelievable. The continual growth that we see from them every week. Those boys played Premier footy last year, and obviously that didn't go how we wanted as a football club, but those guys, I think, learnt a lot from being in the trenches against some of the quality Premier mids and defenders in Jai Townsend's case. But, mate, they stepped up today. They were massive for us.
And yourself, the midfield group as well, getting a guy like Jesse Cherry back into the lineup must be rolling along pretty nicely.
Yeah, before last week, I think Josh Landy and those boys taught us a little bit of a lesson. And as I said before, we sort of had a few stern words Saturday night over a few beers. And we said that it's on us as a midfield group to really lift us. I thought Danny was massive in that last quarter, and Ches is super. I love playing with that bloke every week.
Absolutely. Well, we'll throw it over to Jesse and James now, but congratulations, Jess.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Yeah, touching on that, what a scalp from the Tigers. We've got Jesse Cherry outside. Jesse, how are you feeling about that one?
Oh man, it was amazing to get back on the wins list. Coming here against North Ringwood, beating them. They're top of the table for a reason, so it feels great, but the body's definitely feeling it a bit.
Yeah, speaking on that knee, how's the recovery been since you tore the ACL? It's been obviously a tough journey, so how do you feel about going into that?
It's been awesome to be back, to be honest with you, doing an ACL. There's a lot of self-doubt, wondering if you'll get back to playing, but long road, missed all last year, and seen the boys in Premier struggle a bit hurt, but being back with the boys and having wins like this, man, it's I definitely took it for granted, so I'm stoked to be back.
Yeah, it's phenomenal for your boys, so go enjoy it, have fun, see you later.
Thanks there to Jesse Cherry and Jesse Wren down on the boundary, two key movers of the Tigers midfield, and that's a fantastic win for them. I believe their 9th win of the season, if I'm corrected. Maybe
I think that would make sense.
Be corrected on that one, but important because Montana South have got across the line over Montrose, and Park Orchards have defeated Beaconsfield. So the top 4 are very, very tight, and North Ringwood still, they've banked enough wins that they'll stay half a game clear on top, but very, very exciting the way this top 5 is playing out. I don't think we're going to get the song, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, out here at Quambee Reserve. So we're going to go to an ad break. When we're back, we're going to wrap up all the scores around the grounds and go through our awards.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel, so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Quambee Reserve, the Eastland match of the round. All wrapped up here, and it was Mitchum 9-4, 58, defeating North Ringwood 5-10-40. A big win for the Tigers. They remain as the only side who's been able to knock off North Ringwood this season. The only 2 losses for the Saints coming at the hands of the Tigers, and a big last quarter where they kicked 5 goals straight to get across the line. Of course, we've got our awards to get to today. We've got the Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground Award, which is your 1, 2, 3 in votes, which we'll get start into shortly. But before that, we've got the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day Award. What sticks out to me is the Braunthal goal.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything else. Or
No, Jackson.
That's a good goal.
Quick, cool.
Tobin Brothers
Love
Goal of the
that.
Day, Jackson Braunthal. Our Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground Award, our 1, 2, 3. Davo's ready to go.
I always am ready to go.
Who's recording?
I'll record them.
Rightio.
Sure not you, Em? Sure you don't want to
No,
record them?
Rhino put his hand up.
I'm going 1 vote to Danny Buglava. I thought his last quarter was exceptional, but I thought he won the ruck all day and helped that midfield do what they had to do, so I thought he was excellent. I've given 2 votes, and it was a toss-up, but I've given it to Riley White. I thought he was outstanding today in defence, and even in that last quarter, worked extremely hard. And I've given 3 votes to Jesse Uran. I thought all day he was, even when they weren't going great, he was a driving force. And then even again in the last quarter, 2 or 3 crucial tackles, used the ball well, and I thought he was best on ground.
Thanks, Davo. Emily, your 1, 2, 3 from today's game?
Yeah, this one was actually really hard. I had a shout out to Baglava and Uran from Mitchum, and then Matthews, Kilworth and Waller from North Ringwood, all just standouts, little standout moments. It was hard to pick a real big best on overall. So I've got Townsend for 1. I just thought up forward, really impressive. Riley White, he gets 2 from me as well. Really liked his work in the back line. And I put Lovell for 3. I was just in and around the contest, had all heaps of the ball. Again, very hard to find that best on though.
Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre, your 1, 2, 3 today?
Yeah, my 1 vote goes to Townsend, 2 to Baglava, and 3 to Jesse Uren.
James, your 1, 2, 3 from today's game?
I'm going to shout out Jai Townsend. Not going to give him a vote, but he was phenomenal for most of the game. Did he end up with 4 or 5?
Kick the 4 in the end.
Yeah, I love it. I'm going to give 1 vote to young Mason Porter. He was phenomenal for all games. Dropped back when he should have been in the midfield, but he was absolutely outstanding. I'm going to shout out Aaron Fenton for North Ringwood for 2. He was, in most cases, he used the ball really well and filled the hole that Kieran Rice didn't really fill in today. And the man, speaking on Kieran Rice, the tagger, Jack Little, what a game he had. I'm giving him 3. He was absolutely outstanding to take out such a great player in Kieran Rice.
There we go. Josh Ward, your 1, 2, 3 today?
Yeah, I've been changing it the last couple of minutes, actually, my 1, 2, 3, but I'll give Townsend 1. He was, particularly in that last quarter, was really good. And I agree that Riley White was really good. I'll give him the 2 votes. The 3 votes, it's a little bit left field, I'll admit, but Rod Ali, I thought he performed pretty well in defence. He was one of the better players for Mitchum today.
Votes all over the place, Jared Beanley.
I think it's fitting that votes are all over the place for this one. I love it. I mean, apologies to Waller, who looks like he might not be getting any today, and Braunthal as well was really good. But my 3 are all going to go to Mitchum players. I gave 1 to Max Donoghue, kind of for similar reasons that James gave 1 to Mason Porter. I thought he was really good on the wing, dropped back really well, and used the ball pretty cleanly. I'm going to give my 2 to Jesse Uren. He was so consistent throughout the 4 quarters and really important in that burst of 5 minutes of the first 5 minutes of the final quarter. And I'm agreeing with you, Josh. I thought I might have convinced myself just by saying it was a game of the defenders for the most part. I've given 3 to Rod Ali.
Yeah. There you go. Cool. My 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of players, as mentioned, that I can't fit into the 1, 2, 3. I'll go 1 to Townsend when he kicked 4 goals in a very low-scoring game. I think that plays a pretty important part. I'm going to go 2 to Riley White. I just thought he was by far one of North Ringwood's best players on the ground. Did everything right. The amount of intercept marking that he did on today's game, and up until 3/4 time, I might have had him as the best on ground. I went the 3 to Jesse Wren. I thought he was massive in the midfield for them, and they did. And I've left out Baglava, which I was going to put in for a vote, but I thought Jesse Wren, particularly across the afternoon, but that that 5 minutes that they won the game in that last quarter, he had 3 centre clearances in a row. Very hard at the football. I thought he was fantastic. So 3-2 Ren. I'll think that gives him
your Ren.
the win. That's 11 votes for him.
Yep. 8 votes to
8
White.
to White, 4 to Townsend,
6 to
Ali.
Ali.
So all over the place. But Jesse Wren walks away with the Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground Award. He's now won a few of these. He's got the Sportsco Eastland vouchers, which I hope he's used and they haven't expired. But he's got now a Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground Award to spend. So congratulations to the skipper of the Tigers. We've got some times to some scores around the grounds before we have a bit of a general wrap up. So Paul, I might throw to you some big games across the division. Let's start with Premier Division and start wrapping up those scores.
Yeah, in Premier, Donny East 14-5-89 to Noble Park 9-10-64. East Ringwood 16-16-112 to Blackburn 8-18-66. And Berwick 10-9-69 to South Croydon 8-7-55. In Div 1, Baronia 10-12-72 to Norwood 8-7-55. Wannie South 15-13-103 to Montrose 13-13-91. Muralbark 21-16-142 to Bayswater 5-5-35. And Park Orchards 21-12-138 to Beaconsfield 12-10-82. In Div 2, Mulgrave 15-15-105 to Waverley Blues 6-4-40. Surrey Park 8-9-57 to Ringwood 4-9-33. Scoresby 16-10-106 to Heathmont 8-8-56. And Templestowe 8-9-57 to Croydon 7-9-51.
That's a massive result. Scores, but the margin, I thought they might win, but the margin is.
Well, it was only 1 point in it at half time.
Yeah,
well,
they kicked
very close.
Yeah,
they kicked 8 goals, I think 7 or 8 goals in the last quarter.
Wow.
Got a final
Sounds
score
like
from Lilydale East Burwood as well. Lilydale 14-9-93 defeated East Burwood 7-9-51.
I've got to stop tipping this.
There we go, the East Burwood. Which East Burwood will turn up?
Well, not the good one today.
I think that's a you problem, Ryan.
It is. I'm in a couple of tipping comps as well, worth some money. So
in Div 3,
for local.
Yep.
Does that exist?
There is, yeah.
Nuffies, love it.
Gotta love the Nuffies.
What do we got in Div 3?
Okay. Right, in Div 3, Knox 16-12-108 to Coldstream 7-5-47. Upper Gully 11-13-79 to Oakley District 4-2-26. And the Basin 14-19-103 to Sylvan 11-6-72. And Whitehorse 8-10-58 to Ferntree Gully 8-5-53.
Oh. Jeez.
Jeez, that's combined 10 points decided between Ferntree Gully and Whitehorse this season, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. On both occasions, yeah.
Yep.
And finally in Div 4, Bulleen Templestowe 17-11-113 to Churnside Park 7-16-58.
Jesus.
Tars going off.
Wait, did you say 113?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was looking at the 19 score. That was.
So that's right. It's been a long day.
I've taken Blake's spot.
What else we got, Div 4, Paul? It's all right. He's
Kilsyth
definitely not listening.
16-17-113 to Croydon North Mlock 6-7-43. Warrandyte 14-15-99 to Doncaster 7-5-47, and Fair Park 25-14-164 to Nunawading 6-6-42.
There we go. So some interesting results. The Bulleen Templestowe one, speaking about Div 4, that is a massive win.
That's huge.
Churnside Park haven't lost at home all year. The margin, that's it. That's a real statement victory.
Yeah. Sets up a top of the table clash next week between them and Warrandyte. So, and that's the type of performance they needed as well against one of those top sides, particularly away from home.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's put the cat among the pigeons.
Absolutely.
That one.
Yeah, Div 4 looking very even this year. I'm really looking forward to that.
It could go either way, Div 4 so far. You've got about like 4, maybe 5 teams if you want to throw in Kilsyth to win the flag.
Could be a very interesting couple of weeks coming up in Division 4, but for Bulleen Templestowe, now a big chance to finish in the top 2 and the double chance. Just their second year in the competition, so very exciting for everyone down there at the Bulleens. And yes, as we said, a big game at home next week against Warrandyte. A couple of those other results very interesting. East Ringwood's win over Blackburn, important for them. Blackburn probably rules them out of the double chance, but also just keeps them on notice in terms of just making the finals, because they've got Berwick, they've got Vermont, and they've got Baldwin still there in the mix as well. So they've still got to earn their spot with some tough games to come as well.
They'll beat the Eagles, I reckon.
I want to know how Moorabah go from a combined score of just over 50 points to scoring 142 points. I know it's against Bayswater, and no disrespect to them. I still can't believe they put that big of a score on after their last fortnight.
It's the top 6 of their list is just that good that they can run all over the top of the lower teams.
And they got quite a few back this week, so that really helped them. And with Hartman and a few others came back into the squad. So, but in these conditions as well, it's a big win.
The other two big results, Wani South beating Montrose. Now, I think we all just tipped Montrose on yesterday's podcast. Montana South, they will let you know when when we're wrong on them. So
good on them.
They continue to prove us wrong once again.
Just to be clear, I would have tipped against Montrose.
So I take your word for it. To be honest, but that is a big result for them. That keeps them in second spot for another week and continues to make this race with just the top 3 so interesting. Montrose position still in danger now, because that means Baronia's win over Norwood puts them a game out of the top 5. So they're in striking range. They play the D's in 2 weeks at Tormore. They win that, they'll be level on points. So that's a factor. The other result, the Scoresby one, I think that's massive for them. That puts them a game clear of Ringwood, but also the percentage boost, because they won by 50 points in the end. So that really puts the pressure on Ringwood. Ringwood probably have to beat Scoresby, make up the percentage, or find another win somewhere else on the run home too. So Ringwood now in severe danger of going down.
So that's a couple of teams in a couple of divisions there, Scoresby and Norwood. They're starting to play now like they belong in the divisions that they're in, and it's really good to see. I mean, I saw the vision doing research for the Mitchum game. I saw some Norwood vision, and they were actually really good to watch. Their disposal has to be so much better than what it would have been this time last year. And Scoresby, on the other hand, beating Templestowe, that's massive. Similar sorts of victories, only for Scoresby, obviously they're much bigger. Sorry, who'd they beat?
Heathmont.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry.
but the other thing is they weren't disgraced today, Norwood either.
No,
they weren't.
No, exactly.
So, they were still very competitive today. So,
I think it's hard coming down and playing the way that they did last year, and probably a bit of a shock to the system, having played probably not so great the year before as well. That's where they got dropped. They were lucky to not get relegated again last year, recruited a few new players. It changes things, but it takes a long time to even just think about winning, to even have that kind of winning mindset after, quite a long time of not having that kind of success.
Yep. I think with Norwood, they've got some talented youngsters. Like their skipper, Liam Callaghan, is still pretty young into his senior career. Obviously, they didn't have Josh Landy available. Just adding those ex-AFL players might help boost their development, I feel, a little bit.
It's also good to point out with that Scoresby game, Heathmont were very wounded in the back line. Not to say it's any excuse to them to concede 8 in the last quarter, but it is good to show that Scoresby can play against a very decent side in Heathmont, and they could challenge further, maybe knocking off an East Burwood or Waverley, maybe even a Croydon or a Ludale on their day. Haven't they beat Ludale earlier, didn't they?
Scoresby?
Yeah, I think they did.
That was their first win of the season, so that's a big result for them. We're going to start to wrap things up here at Quambee Reserve. A good win for the Tigers, 9-4-58 to North Ringwood, 5-10-40. A shout out to my parents who have been watching the live stream out in London today. They woke up early, a 5:30 start to watch this game. Committed to the Eastern Football Netball League.
Brilliant.
Very good there. Of course, we've got the Sunday podcast tomorrow, the weekend recovery, a lot of results to touch on. We've got probably a couple of coach interviews as well. We'll see who we can get out of. Might have to get Andrew Verger on the phone from the Bulleen Templestowe Football Club after a big win for the Bulllands. But we're going to start to wrap things up here. Just a final word on this one, Davo. Mitchum, really, really strong win. And for me, they are the side, if they can play like this, it just suits a finals brand of footy. That what makes them so dangerous.
Yeah, look, they played the quarter that they needed to play. They held up well defensively, and their forwards who needed to kick goals. Look, North Ringwood can't be discounted. I'm not sure how many of their players are coming back in, but if they get 3 or 4 of those key players back in their side, they're going to be incredibly difficult to beat. But the one issue for them, and it is going to be an issue, is the ruck. They need to get someone in there that's going to be a little bit more competitive, because they're coming up against sides that have got outstanding ruckmen. I mean, that's one of the things about this division, is that the ruckmen in this division are outstanding. And while Baglivar, I don't think he's in the top 4 ruckmen, whereas the other boys that are around the teams that they're going to play have got, you put in Big O, you put in Jake Deness, these guys can really ruck. And even Chappell, who was really good for Park Orchard. Yep. So, it's going to be an issue for them, but I think they're good enough to get over it, and it's going to be a cracking final series.
It might be one of the most exciting in the competition. We're going to wrap things up. Big thank you to both you, Josh and James, on the boundary today.
Pleasure as always.
As always, thank you very much.
Paul Uconi in the Stats Centre.
Pleasure.
Thanks, Paul. always catch him off guard with the mic. To both Emily Mackay and Brett Davidson in special comments as always.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Jared Beanlin in the play-by-play chair today. Good call from you.
Thank you very much. Good call by you as well, Ryan.
Thanks very much. To Lee Green and to Megan Green filming up above today in a big day at Quambee Reserve. It is Mitchum walking away winners by 18 points in a big Division 1 clash. 9-4-58 to 5-10-40.
Go Jets.